Oh! Oh, he's done well to save the boundary. Oh, he's put it down. Bowling! It's been over 1400 days that action has returned to Chepauk, and boy, we're going to be doing a watch-along for the very first time in terms of action from Chennai. My name's Avnish Hegde, and you're watching this Monday night watch-along with not just me, but as you can see, Somesh Agarwal. Somesh, how are we this evening? I've never seen anyone kind of peer at the TV like Somesh did half an hour ago when Dhoni was speaking the toss. Made some crucial points over there. The fact that they've just played 8 seasons or lesser in this ground.
He
said six
seasons on this ground.
Yeah,
because I think 2018 they played 2 games. After that, they had to shift to Pune because of some water issue or something. There was something.
The Kaveri dispute.
Yeah. 2019 was it home and away? Yeah, 2019 was home and away.
Yeah.
Then 2020 onwards, IPL has moved.
Yeah, exactly.
And the
games were in Chennai, but I don't think Chennai played in Chennai. And then, of course, no one needs to mention that 2016 and 2017 where they weren't there. But look, the toss has happened, obviously, and KL Rahul won the toss and had no hesitation in bowling first. Just a solitary change for Lucknow and a newcomer who we showed you a little bit on Instagram Live. If you guys didn't follow us, do follow us. You guys would have checked that out. That's the boy who Yash. What's his name?
Yash
Thakur from Vidarbha. So he comes in for Unat Cut.
He's a right-arm pacer.
Right-arm pacer. But speaking of right-arm pacers, Kyle Mayers is open the attack. What do you make of that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's someone who swings the ball. So.
True, but he didn't have a go the last time around, did he?
He did.
Did he?
He did.
I don't think Kyle Mayers bowled, but we'll just check that because. I mean, there's so much cricket already happened. Sometimes you can't kind of put a finger on it. But
Anirudh, help us out. Why did Kyle Mayers bowl in the last game?
He was, of course, thick of things.
See, Markwood did so much damage that I just failed to recall what the others did.
That is
I know only 2 things from last game.
Yeah.
That Markwood just blew Delhi apart.
Yeah.
And Riley Rosso took on Ravi Biswas.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
And not to forget Kyle Mayers himself.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, I'm talking about when Lucknow were bowling.
Yeah, that is true. So Lucknow, of course, bowling first, like I mentioned earlier. And if you guys are watching for the first time,
this boy.
Your thoughts about Ruturaj Gaikwad? Yeah, Ruturaj Gaikwad. I mean, he played just a sensational knock, probably the best knock so far of the competition.
Yeah, probably names. Definitely.
I mean, Virat yesterday probably was.
उसको man of the match पे नहीं मिला. उस match में भी Du Plessis played a better knock.
Yeah, that's to be fair. And Faf.
So can we say that only good knocks, the best knocks in this tournament have been from CSK boys?
Yeah,
Ruturaj, Faf
as well. Yeah. I mean, Faf has not played that many innings in the Chinnaswamy, just his 5th. But
or as you call him, Laugh Du Plessis.
Yeah, Laugh Du Plessis. But honestly, it's exciting for Chennai fans, especially at the venue right now. There was an absolute eruption when Dhoni came at the toss, but right now the focus, like Som said, is on Ruturaj Gaikwad. And let's see if Kyle Mayers could be the answer for Lucknow to dismiss this man. Because from the offset, we're thinking it's Gaikwad and Gill to get their noses in front in this orange cap race.
Yeah, I mean, abhi to bahut time hai.
Agreed,
but to begin with, of course. I mean, my prediction was Gill. Or is Gill. Continues to be Gill. Let's see.
Prediction is Gill, correct. But if you had someone to run Gill close, who would that be and why?
So I think Butler.
Oh, 1 second! Look at this zone.
सबको देखना है धोनी को. Everyone wants to be.
There's a dog in the pitch.
Everyone wants to join and have fun in this game.
This is ridiculous. I mean,
वैसे ये 12 बजे तक चलने वाला है. उसके बाद अभी.
We've seen
unforeseen interruption.
Yeah, we've seen funny things before on the cricket pitch, but this is just ridiculous. And the good old Bruce Oxenfeld's back with his protection.
Brucey boy.
I mean, this is already 2 minutes past the first ball being bowled, but look, at times
होता है. बड़े-बड़े शहरों में ऐसी छोटी-छोटी बातें होती रहती हैं अभी.
Right. I mean, sometimes I'm just trying to wonder what is the best channel to watch it on.
I think anything non-HD.
Yeah.
Because
it's crazy. I mean, they do have different broadcasts, of course. I'm not going to take names right now, but sometimes I just think.
But at least non-HDs are not interrupted.
Correct.
As much as HDs are.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at that from a different perspective, but yeah, okay, cool. MS Dhoni.
Vulgar आदमी है.
And everyone's having a
Everyone
little
is having
fun.
fun.
Look at Rahane, man, wearing in Chennai.
Do you think Rahane will get a go in this season?
I thought he was going to be the direct replacement for Uttapa, to be fair. You know, but like, and maybe like, you know,
He might be used as an impact sub in some game.
maybe.
But I mean, luck's not gone with Dhoni so far. He lost the toss in the first game as well, and now again.
True.
Because from a person who loves chasing himself.
Yeah. And their squad is built around a more chasing side, right?
I mean, that's true for everyone. No one wants to bat first in this tournament. Unless and until the pitch is like really slow. Actually, Chennai is one of those venues.
I think Rajasthan is one of those teams who can bat first in the tournament. I'm not just basing it on the weekend's evidence, but generally, I just think they can blow teams by batting them out 220, 250. Yeah, destructive.
Can say that, but even if given a choice, they'll also chase. And what I was saying in the final last year, they won the toss and opted to bat first, and I was like, "What? Ridiculous. Why would you do that?"
And it was a little timid final. That 131, I think I remember correctly, was the target. So it was not lots of runs. This is ridiculous. I can't believe that dog is going about in Chepauk so much so that it's not just making MS Dhoni and people like Ravindra Jadeja and Ajinkya Rahane smile, but it's just delaying the game.
So let's do a watch along for the dog chase.
Let's do a watch along for the dog chase.
Kya ye pakad paenge?
Well, the dog's moving right now from long on to long off. He's evaded him at mid wicket. Oh, there are 5 of them right now.
And he's dropped. The dog is dropped.
And he's dodged them once again. Back from the pavilion end. The dog resumes its attack. Okay, I can't go on with this. We've got the first comment of the day. Appreciate it from Pranav Anand. So he goes on to say Chennai. I can say CSK, right?
Yeah.
CSK have 7 bowling options in the starting, but first 11, Stokes said he may bowl if Wood/Bishnoi runs through the rusty CSK batting and there's a collapse. Can we see first specialist bats up in the first innings?
They can. I mean, based on the evidence from the last match, Tushar Deshpande did not add a lot of value.
That is true.
If there is a collapse, they might do it. But the point is, bench पे भी उतना कोई specialist Indian batter है नहीं who will be replaced and will make a big difference, right?
Okay, here we go. First ball. Ooh, and
swing,
what kind of swing. So,
Kyle Mayers, the swinger.
That is mad. Ani, can you please tell us if Kyle Mayers did have a bowl? Otherwise, I'll just check the cricket.com app, which you guys can see behind. It's pretty cool. It's revamped.
We just don't want to use our phone when we're live. It looks rude.
It looks rude.
But if you guys are fine with it, then we'll just...
Oh, and by the way, we're going to show you some different things in today's watch along because Gurkirat is back with us. Now, Gurkirat was away for a family function. And so I don't know if he sent you a video of him dancing.
We should definitely have. Gurkirat, can you just send us that video in
advance? I have that video. I'll send it to our boys.
Yeah, maybe we should have that video on WhatsApp.
That is absolutely
I really want to see that video during the strategic break.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going back to the cricket.com app to check out if...
अब ये क्या delay है भाई क्या एक fielding से जाएगा पहली ball के बाद ही.
Oh my bad. So Kyle Mayers did bowl just 1 over. He opened the bowling.
Last
and then he was not used anymore.
Oh
my God! This boy can swing it.
Steve Harmison की याद आ गई मुझे.
Yeah, correct.
But that was due to his bad line. ये तो swing था भाई.
This was swing. I mean, Gurkirat also said Devon Conway is the irreplaceable player. Do you agree with that? I know you think it's Deepak Chahar. In retrospect now, after one game, are you willing to change that?
No, I'll stick to Deepak Chahar. His presence like very, very important.
Fair.
From their perspective.
And purely because the chinks in their bowling is evident, right? No Mukesh.
Yeah.
In an experienced undertaker is Saurabh Pant.
Yeah, but how impressive were Hangarkar, dude? I mean, he was like full prepared to bowl those.
Can I ask you what impressed you the most about him in particular?
I mean, just the pace at which he was hitting the pitch. Yeah.
And the fact that he's generating that pace with almost a Bumrah-esque run-up, it's fair to say. So, I mean, the boy can bowl 143 at the age of 20. Only time will tell how much he can bowl at 22, 24.
183.
So. No, but it's good that at least he has a mentor like Dhoni. I know it's the obvious thing to say, but generally I feel like, I mean, Dhoni gets the best players in the world to run through a brick wall for him. Let's make no mistake. People like Shane Watson, who's batting with a
that's
bloody
why
arm.
That's how he had that bruised knee, because he just ran through a brick wall for MS Dhoni.
But yeah, I mean, I love the swing, dude. The shape of this new ball is quite brilliant. It's just a pleasant 124 kilometers an hour, but again, it's so pleasing to the eye. But just coming back to how Dhoni gets the best out of his Chennai players, whoever it is. Uttapa, we saw it for the last couple of years. Shivam Dubey, I mean, that's another one. Hangargekar could. And look at the impact players as well. He's relied a lot.
Even Ambati Raidu, I mean, the batting that he's received, he's just performed so well for Chennai over the years.
I mean, we've done some fascinating interviews with two of the impact players that Chennai have on their bench, Tushar Deshpande and Subhranshu Senapati. So you can check those interviews out on cricket.com if that makes sense. But yeah, I'm going to send that Gurkirat video to my team right now so they can have a little bit of fun when he comes on.
Can you read Hindi?
Yeah, of course I can. Mayors, Gaikwad,
Conway.
I mean, Das.
Conway.
Das. But yeah, I mean, we were also discussing that stupid Lucknow jersey and how it's changed. I don't like how one particular...
Did he attempt a slower ball there? I mean,
no, very similar over. Very similar over. So 6 for none, 1 over gone. And yeah, I mean, pretty evident the swing in that first over. Keep the comments coming through, of course. It's a Monday evening watch along. And I know it's like not the typical marquee fixture that you guys like to see in the IPL. But look, we'll be here for pretty much every watch along. It's all about
Dhoni.
It is.
Back to Chennai after years, and you're not calling... That's an insult.
Okay, fine, fair. I understand.
Chennai fans, you should be offended. And if any of Chennai fans are watching us, the 5 of you who are, please.
I mean,
do you agree with me that this is an insult? This is a marquee game.
I'm actually thinking about what I said right now, and it makes for a good question, right? Let us know in the comments below, what is a marquee fixture in the IPL? Is it RCB versus CSK, CSK versus MI versus RCB? Those three guaranteed. But apart from those three, which other marquee fixtures are there? Is it safe to say that every game Dhoni is in, Kohli is in, and Rohit it's a national marquee game?
Definitely Dhoni. Every Dhoni game is a marquee game. Every Kohli game, especially when RCB are playing at home.
And to be fair, now Rohit, the Indian captain lens, that's a marquee game too.
Yeah, I mean, but for me...
And it's Mumbai, man.
Oh, wide.
Yeah, it's wide. And that is not a good start from Avesh.
I think they'll review it.
But so
it doesn't look like a wide to me.
It's from Mumbai, and they're a love franchise.
I don't know what has happened, but I just get this impression that overall vibes around Mumbai have not been great for a while now.
Okay.
Is it just because they're not performing? I mean, definitely it has a lot to do with them not performing well on the field.
Correct.
But I don't know overall the tactics, the squad selection, and you got to be fair, right? I mean, the captain has to lead from the front.
Yeah.
Which Rohit has not been able to do for a while now for Mumbai.
Correct, but they've also had, I don't know, I mean, obviously Pollard coming to the twilight of his career, when inevitably retiring for them. Bumrah, it's almost like the last 2 seasons after that IPL 2020, I can't even remember him. Right? So those are 2 absolute linchpins in that Mumbai setup. True born winners. You take those 2 out, any team's likely to start.
And it's not just those 2, right? A lot of players have
Ishan Kishan's dip in form.
Yeah, I mean, they had Hardik Pandya as well who's out. So it's not just those 2. See, they've reviewed this.
They've reviewed this wide. I mean, because it's cost them
I felt it's come from, it's too close to be called a wide. That's harsh, dude.
That is harsh, but there is daylight between pad and ball.
Is there? Isn't it nightlight?
Nightlight, yeah, for sure. Where is that man's video? It's here. Now, what I've done is...
It will remain a wide.
It will remain a wide. So a little sincere plea to my back-end team in Vikas and Ritesh, if they can just check the WhatsApp group and take the video and probably put it on StreamYard once Kirat comes out for a little bit of
that should be his introduction.
That should be his introduction for sure, essentially. Because at the end of the day, it's about fun and games here. And we will be having lots of fun and games in due course. But right now,
no ball.
Is it a no ball?
I think so.
I did.
Ooh. Dada.
What's happening?
It just made me recall that uncle fielding on the boundary.
That's a debutant, bro. That is a debutant.
Yes, bhai. Koi baat nahi. Nerves.
This is energy.
Thode nerves.
Oh my God.
Ump.
I don't don't know what KL is saying here. I have no idea what KL is saying.
I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
It is absolutely shocking.
We should not be playing this game. We can't hear anything.
And then I think he reviews it.
Sure. Inside edge. Oh, off the pads. Review.
Wow. And Gotham Gambhir doesn't like that at all. I mean, he's like, why is he taking that?
It's so close. How is that a wide? That's harsh.
I mean, is he the coach or is Andy Flower the coach? Is Gambhir just the mentor?
I think they swapped roles somewhere in the last season.
Yeah,
that is how it was supposed to be. But I think they've swapped roles somewhere.
It seems a little strange to me at times. It does. I mean, who really calls the shots? I mean, I know Gotham Gambhir is a proven winner, 2-time winner.
Okay, so 15 minutes in the game and we have seen only 7 balls. Amazing.
At this rate, honestly, I think games are going to finish by like 12:31. It just makes our lives more chaotic.
Yeah, but I think it's very good for the broadcasters. They can have people glued to the screen.
It is good to the broadcasters, the sponsors involved, other stakeholders.
Everyone.
I mean,
but it is just
it's quite crazy.
Taking viewers for granted.
But I'll tell you what, so I mean, I was kind of doing some video research as I normally do, and I was looking at the
no ball.
Is it a no ball?
It is a no ball.
Oh, it is a no ball.
But not given, kya?
Or not given. So maybe it wasn't a no ball. So
it was a no ball. What was the umpire doing there?
I think they've.
What is happening in this?
Some shocking games. Shocking games.
So basically, they have sort of wide. गलत हो गया था तो चलो हमने no ball दे दिया.
Exactly. And the fact that we've seen everything happen in the last 15 minutes. At least 8 balls have been bowled, like Som said, a dog being chased, a wide being reviewed.
I think Jadeja should bowl in both innings to cover for the lost time.
Oh, for sure.
Short, dude. Short, Conway boy.
That is brilliant.
Cut away 4.
I mean, that is just supreme elegance from Conway. And CSK have motored on to 18 for none after 9 balls right now. Just coming back to the Lucknow point.
Hey, 14 for none after 8 balls.
Oh, sorry. No, it's 18 for none for sure. Because it was a dot ball before this. Now the boundary.
Scorers bhi so rahe, sab so rahe.
Yeah, for sure. So, by the way, if you're joining us late, just the one change for LSG and no changes for CSK. Speaking of LSG, Gautam Gambhir said this is a fixture that he wants to win the most because he knows that Chepauk, the fortress, is the toughest. He knows, what a shot that is. What a shot.
Shot of an emperor.
I mean, that's brilliant. That's honestly brilliant. I don't know if anyone had Conway in the orange cap race, but he's a good contender too.
Of course.
He is. For sure. So, Gambhir basically made a point that I want to prove a point to MS Dhoni that my Lucknow team can go there and do the job. Which is crazy. Because if you look at it, I think he's had his own fair share of jabs with MS Bar in the past. But look,
I think he likes it.
Yeah, I think he likes it. Honestly, I think he likes it. So 22 for none, 1.4. Conway is just racing on to back-to-back boundaries.
Oh, please review mat karna. It clearly
slither. No, I don't think it's going to be reviewed. So yeah,
71% wins at a venue
that
is
madness.
Amazing record, especially in this format, which is a fickle format.
And I mean, wow, that's quite crazy. The second one,
as Michael Holding will say, wow.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the second stat.
Yeah, can you read that? Only Rituraj Gaikwad scored 300 plus runs in this last season for Chennai.
I mean, I was just thinking about the substitution that these guys made. I mean, the change rather, with Unadkat coming out. I mean, is it just going to be like one of those tournaments for all the oldies? They'll get a couple of games and they'll sit out.
I think all the oldies will be getting a reality check pretty soon.
No, like we saw Piyush Chawla play yesterday. We saw Karan Sharma play yesterday.
Karan Sharma did well, of course.
Yeah.
He got whom out? He got that one big wicket, right?
Yeah, he got this man out.
Tim David out. Yeah. And then Nehal Vadera topped him for a few sixes, but then he got him out.
So do you think, okay, fine, I'll name some players. Just tell me if you think they'll play or they won't play in this year's competition. Manish Pandey.
Delhi, Manish Pandey. He might play a game or two, maybe as an impact sub or something like that.
Okay. Ajinkya Rahane.
Who can he replace? Maybe Raidu. Maybe, 1 or 2 games.
Okay. What about Ishant Sharma?
No,
Anywhere in the country, will they be able to play in due to conditions? Jaipur, maybe?
I doubt. I don't think so.
Okay, fair. Siddharth Kaul.
Nope.
Siddharth Kaul also doesn't get the nod.
I think Avinash
Singh
will get a nod ahead of him, even if they want to play someone else apart from Akashdeep.
Okay.
By the way, one more boundary. CSK are like
they're racing along. Honestly, I think.
Good. I mean, ये लखनऊ की बैटिंग ऐसी है कि you want to give them a target of like 220, and then I just want to see how Rahul bats.
True, but also on the contrary, when will you introduce Wood into the attack? Next over? Damage control in the power play, right?
Yeah. But even in the last game, if we take Wood out of the equation, like I think, was it Suchant who said that?
Yeah.
We had one of the comments, I think Suchant or Vasant, one of them,
correct,
who said that if you take Wood out of this attack, it was Greenwich. Greenwich. Something like that. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your name, but it has green in the name.
In the username.
In the username. He said that if you take Wood out of this attack, it is a pretty mediocre attack.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, essentially, if you look at what Wood did the other day against Delhi, he could have literally broken a few records. I think he did. He must have entered the top 10 best figures in IPL history, but 5 for 14 is quite ridiculous. So whether Wood will be introduced next over, let's see. Because I think they persisted with Mayers because I think they just got excited with the swing.
But I think good hard lengths against both of these batters will work. So Wood should be there.
True. Next. I mean, Avesh was more of a middle over enforcer and depth, right? Or was that just for Delhi cap?
Not really. I mean, Avesh has to be an all-phase bowler.
Okay.
But just that he's not delivered on that account for a while now.
Fair enough. Another single, 32 for none, 2.4. So do you think Avesh is like almost equivalent of an Arshdeep but right armour? In terms of roles and what he needs to do in terms of breaking that Indian team? Similar all-phase bowlers.
I think Avesh is more of hit the deck.
Okay.
Arshdeep is more well-rounded. He can swing the ball. He can bowl those wicket-taking lengths which are fuller.
Yeah, but if Avesh wants to make a impression in the Indian team again, he can't be a one-trick pony.
He can't, and that's the trick. And plus, he can't be this expensive. Game on game, he's like very expensive.
True, I think
there has to be some sort of control coming from his end.
But when Lucknow built their team, so they picked Bishnoi and Avesh as their two future.
At that point of time, see, Avesh had a really, really, really good 2021 season.
Yeah.
But that was more to do with the kind of pitches Delhi played in.
Yeah.
In UAE.
Yeah.
So but after that, 2022 was mediocre. Definitely, Mohsin Khan outbowled him.
Yeah.
And you had a rookie in his first season outbowling a bowler who's basically part of the national team as well.
Correct. I mean, you look at that Delhi season he had, Avesh, 2021, like so mentions. I think he was actually trumping Nokia's numbers, if I'm not wrong. So, I mean, let's see if Avesh can pull things back right now. By the way, give us a like and a subscribe in terms of all you beautiful viewers right now. We're going to pick up steam. I'm sure the match hasn't caught fire yet, let alone this watch along, but we'll go along smoothly and keep your questions coming through because at the end of the day, this is your community as much as it is ours. We did put out a fascinating video, by the way, if you guys didn't check it out already, with the fans outside the Chinnaswamy yesterday, the RCB fans who were buzzing with that emphatic 8-wicket win. Everything went right from a Bangalore perspective. Kohli got the runs, Faf got runs, Faf got the man of the match, and it was just a beautiful evening. We'll show you that clip in the strategic timeout, but right now, here's a man who's playing his 100th IPL game, Ajay Devgan, or as others call him, Krunal Pandya. And interesting move, you guess, because now is the real matchup, right? How will Conway play him? Because
I'm just trying to think about it. Now, he'll be bowling to Conway,
who is an excellent player of spin.
And this is a favorable matchup for him.
Yeah.
So unless and until there's a big leg side boundary at play, I'm failing to understand this move because this is supposed to be Wood time.
Okay.
Time for some Wood.
Wood time indeed. And I completely echo those thoughts. But if you're Krunal Pandya at Nasom, are you going to be darting it in or actually have the balls to fly?
Wide Yorkers.
I mean, surely one just gets tossed up. Tribute to Elapalli Prasanna types. Come on, have some faith, right? Play against a
This is definitely not a center wicket, so that means that the leg side boundary is longer.
Correct.
So at least they have got that sorted.
It's an interesting play here. I love these little passages of play. Obviously, we love it more in test matches, but even T20 has some fascinating subplots. Straight away, short ball, and Conway showing intent. And there is mid-on. There is, I think, a couple of guys on the next side as well.
We can have... I know that if you're listening to us, can you just give us some stats of Krunal Pandya versus left-handers, how he has been?
Yeah.
Because I think something that Rohit did really well was to bowl Krunal Pandya predominantly against right-handers.
Yeah. I remember that from a Bangalore perspective. So, like, Krunal Pandya had A.B. de Villiers at times on toes.
Yeah.
You remember that time?
We have Anirudh. Yeah, boy.
We have Anirudh.
Shoot.
Go on, son.
Firstly, you are on mute. Yep, I think he will log back in.
Yeah, he's logging back.
He is in a crowded community. You can ping it to us. We can display one of those black boxes for everyone to read.
For sure. And I think all the stats should be on the ticker anyway. So if you guys are watching this, go check out the app later because you might be watching it on the phone. So do not do that. Not do it when there's a break or all of that. Rituraj Gaikwad sits back and absolutely, feasts on that, if that's the right word. 39 for none, 3.5. This over's been all right, barring that boundary. But again, we've been crying out for some. It
depends on the last ball.
Yeah.
If this goes for 6, then this will not be a very good over.
Agreed.
It'll be a horrible over.
Agreed. I just like the fluency and the confidence that Rituraj is showing. Do you think it's literally having a great domestic season and then transforming that in the IPL? Because even Yashasvi Jaiswal yesterday, I know he didn't get
Yeah, of course. See, one good thing about all the young Indian players so far in this season, I know this is the 6th game, is the intent with which they batted.
Correct.
It's pretty clear that they want to get on with the game.
Is that because they're more willing to please the selectors?
They have to. I think knocking on the door is not enough anymore. They have to tear the door down.
But so we've seen with so many players in the past where they literally like exactly what you mentioned, free license to play their natural game. But once they again become a fringe player and they enter the Indian team, they either just, become sitting ducks. Ishan Kishan, case in point.
Yeah, case with Ishan Kishan is pretty different. I don't think him not having intent is the problem. It's just that he is limited in his gameplay. That's the thing with him. It's not about him not having enough intent.
But it's also that pressure of playing for India, right? Now, once you become an established national player...
See, this is what differentiates wheat from the chaff, so to speak. Think about Surya Kumar Yadav, right? What is the one thing that differentiates between him and the others? And it continues to get a little baffling by the minute because we have Krishnappa Gautam bowling now.
Correct.
And Gaikwad is facing. Oh my God!
This is going to be either feast or famine. Okay, so far nothing.
But this was a boundary ball, dude, because definitely protection is on the leg side, which is now again longer for Gaikwad. But this was a ball to be hit.
This tactic is pure ego in terms of testing Gaikwad's ego right now. Because still, brilliant.
Shot, dude.
That is just brilliant. That is top. You can set fields as much as you want, especially in the power play, and do these kind of things from around the wicket and bring the off spin on. But Gaikwad is a guy who's seeing the ball, sorry to say the cliche, like a football.
Are they saving Mahmood for someone?
I think they are.
But for whom?
I honestly have no idea. For Stokesy, for Mohan Ali.
They should save some spin for Stokes.
They want to see Durham v. Durham in Chepauk. That'll be a first. That'll be honestly a joke. But what a shot that is. That's almost a tennis sort of forehand for 6 straight back over his head. And what can the bowler do? Because if you're going to pitch it slightly fuller, he can adapt. And we know that Rituraj loves actually dancing down. Let's see what he does right now. It's from over the
there's
wicket.
Definitely turn and bounce in the pitch.
Dude, I think honestly, if Ashwin does move from RR, he should come back to Chennai and play a couple of years. Because he loves these kind of pitches, dude. Madness. Absolute madness. But yeah, just going back to that whole chat that we are having about Avesh and all those kind of players, let's see how it really trickles forward.
There is no long off. So this is
and long off is just a spectator. Oh my good grief, that's nearly hit the Megatron. And Chennai have raced to 52 for none in 4.4.
The already baffling move seems even more baffling now.
I know they say, a black cat curse, but is it a a brown dog curse for literally Lucknow because I mean,
Oh, we have Anirudh back on. Hopefully, the sound is intact.
Actually, the thing is like we were running in the. I mean, like
oh, one
the
second,
TV
Ani.
wasn't muted. Boundary.
Oh,
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 is it?
brilliant doing that. That is brilliant.
Yep. Shoot.
So the
Go
TV
on.
wasn't muted, so that's why. So okay, regarding Krunal Pandya's thing, so in IPL since 2020, he has an economy of 9.1 against left-handers and 6.8 against right-handers. And striker rate is 45.8 against LHP and 31.4 against RHP. But there's one more thing, though, like even Ruturaj Gaikwad is not somebody who struggles against left arm spinners.
Hmm.
The both in both ways actually the matchup doesn't work at all for both of these guys because they have excellent record. So Devon Conway has averaged 50 and strikes at 137.3 against off spinners, and Ruturaj Gaikwad in IPL has an average of 120 and strikes at 146.3 against left arm spinners. I
Hmm.
matchup doesn't run at all over here.
So all in all, we've already seen a very big example of some very strange captaincy moves, right?
Yeah,
That
maybe yes.
Krishnappa Gautam ahead of Mark Wood in
And
already a batting lineup which is sort of thin.
Correct.
I mean, after top four, everyone is a little questionable.
And
the
Ani, just
thing
tell me
is,
one more thing. Sorry.
yeah,
When you got the fifer in that first game, when was his entry points?
I think fourth over, if I'm not.
fourth
Oh,
over,
one
Oh,
second.
another
This
God.
guy
six.
is having fun with Gautam here. He's honestly taken him and he's
20 run over, and we called it baffling when it began.
It's honestly crazy. 60 for none after five. And it's one of those comic cartoons we've seen in the past where you see, one character wiping the floor with another. That's literally that over Gaikwad and Christopher Gautam. Quite ridiculous. Yeah, literally mad. 60 for none. Sorry, Ani, tell me, when did Wood bowl for LSG against DC?
1 second.
Fourth over, I think.
He should possibly be into the attack now. Has to be. 60 for none. Get a break in the power play. At least put the breaks in the score.
I think it was Myers who not cut. If not the third, then fourth definitely.
Maybe. Maybe for sure.
He came in the fifth over.
Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
Ani.
Sure. Sure.
We'll see you soon, buddy. Sit tight. There's a lot of stats you guys can appreciate on the app, and check out our website right now for all the
Where are the
live blogs
balls?
and the analysis. Here's the red cherry, the kookaburra that we've of course got. We got another ball which was hit, remember, to us, which trickled into our window from King Kohli. We're going to be preserving that ball. So let us know in the comments.
From the Chinnaswamy
Oh, here
directly
he is.
landed. Today's an over too late.
Is he going to make his mark in the power play?
Pata nahi, I mean, CSK do not have any reason to target him, so to speak. They can actually play this over out and still win the power play.
Yeah, catch that. Oh,
No.
they're not going to sit on their
Oh.
laurels. They're going to go for Mark Wood again. I mean, this is just brilliant from Devon Conway. And I think Dhoni's just told these lads, just go for it, boys. Check
Yeah,
off
but I
his
think
back,
I think
entertain the fans.
CSK batters are hurt because what I felt was a decent target.
Yeah,
Dhoni said in the post game that we were 15 run shots.
correct.
And batters were like, "भाई और हम कितना करें भाई? उस wicket पे भी हमने 170 बनाए हैं." It did not look like a very easy wicket.
Not at all. I mean, but now they have to win all their home games. That's the way I see it for them to make the top four, let alone the final. He goes hard. I don't think they got bat on that because, yeah, it's buys from Bruce Oxenford. And now it gets from bad to worse because Mark Wood has conceded 8 of his first 2 balls. Honestly, so I'm just thinking about it. Tonight, Dhoni has just told his boys, Chepok's going to be buzzing, guys. We're not played here for 4 years, 1,426 days to be precise. Let's just go out there and play rock and roll cricket. I think the batters are just going to go set the stage on fire.
Let's just have fun.
Let's just have fun. I think they're just going to tell Gaikwad to, channelize his inner Murli Vijay, peak Murli Vijay, Conway, peak Matthew Hayden, and batter that. Like, look at that. It's a joke. Chennai on for a party tonight. They're on for a party. And they're making the top 4. That was my prediction, the IPL top 4 prediction video. Check it out. It was a funny edit as well. But, I mean, I'm loving this. Dude, I think.
What is
Do you,
not to
re-
love?
do you remember that day when Chennai scored 240 odd for 3 in the IPL at Chepauk? Vijay went berserk, Matthew Hayden went berserk, I think Partha went berserk, Subramanian Badrinath and Anirudh Shrikant went berserk, bro. I think they had Jacob Oram, Dhoni went berserk. Dhoni was batting at 5 that time. Raina was obviously there.
Are you talking about the first season?
First season, very
So this
first
was the
season.
Mike. Is it the Mike Hussey game?
No, Mike Hussey wasn't with them first season now.
No, he was there. He scored 100.
In the first season?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he
In
did.
2008, he wasn't there, bro.
He did. He scored 100.
2010,
I'm pretty sure.
2010 he scored 100 for sure.
2008. Anirudh,
Ani, please.
we
you
need
a
you.
stat
Please, in the
check.
stats below. I think he was there. He scored 100.
Did he even play the first season?
He did. He scored that 100. I'm pretty sure.
No.
Yeah.
So the foreigners at that point in time was Matt Hayden, Fleming.
Mike Hussey
Stilcar.
just played a couple of games, and after that he left.
I don't think so. But look, I mean, the stats will prove us wrong. Either one of us are right. Let us know in the comments below who it is. But 73 for none. I remember they got a similar power play against Lucknow. Remember last year when they played at Bradon and Mohan Ali just went mad. They got some 75 or something in the power play. Ani, come in here and talk to me about 2 stats. Because look, sometimes we refrain from the stats, but the numbers come to bite us back in the backside. And KL Rahul has been more for Bangalore traffic cop than a captain right now, instructing traffic and be like, "Idhar aaja tu, udhar pe." Oh, it's hit the car. It's hit the Tata Tiago.
Dent in the Tiago.
Yeah. Wow. Wow, that is quite ridiculous. Have you ever seen that in IPL history?
Sure.
Oh my God, that's brilliant. Oh, it's gone for 6.
भाई बच गया भाई.
Forget that. Look at the shot, so.
थोड़ी देर के लिए तो गोटे.
That is honestly my delivery guy picking up my food from the restaurant. It's a pickup.
What is happening?
It's a pickup. I mean, this is just like, kalaya ka istemal. Correct? As they say.
भाई
in
would
Hindi.
be मार खाएगा तो क्या
Look
होगा?
at this. One sec, how much has he gone in this over? 84. What's the score?
So he's already gone for 15 in this over, but 19 technically, but 4 of those will not go against his name.
Mark Wood can't believe
Because
it.
22 के run bowler के account में count नहीं होते.
That's
those
right.
of you who
19
don't
of his
know.
over so far, 5.5, and it'll stay that way. So power play belongs
End
to
of
Chennai.
power play. What a power play.
Oh my God. We can see all the boys in the background. Basta politely watching, Mohan as well, trying to get into the...
Of course, they want a timeout right now.
things.
Yeah. Obviously, timeout.
One sec, so a couple of things. Didn't Chennai do this same thing to Lucknow and Brabon when they scored some 70 odd in the power play? Mohan Ali was
73 for 1 to be precise. Brabon. 73 for 1 in that match.
Okay. And did Mike Hussey play the first season for Chennai?
Yes.
He did?
The
What?
first ever CSK's match that was against Punjab where they scored 240, and he
Hussey.
scored 116, unbeaten
telling-
116.
मानता नहीं है यार तू मेरी बात यार.
And how long was he with Chennai before he moved to Mumbai and then came back to Chennai?
He was there till 2013, I guess.
And then he
So
played for Mumbai and then he came back to Chennai.
he was there till 1 second.
I
let
think
me
he
check.
was with Mumbai before 2013, and from 2013 onwards he was with Chennai till the end of his days.
Yeah, kind of. Michael, see.
Yep, I think
That
so.
is
Power
nice.
play is done. Shall we do a cheeky sub?
Oh, we'll do a cheeky sub for sure, 100%. And on that note, I'll tell
Akshay,
you what.
if you're hearing us,
Akshay, if you're hearing us, it's a cue for you to come in. And speaking of Akshay, he was buzzing last night. So were the RCB fans. Outside, and I got up with a group there. Check this out right now before we come back.
Vikas boy,
Play the clip.
we won the fan clip. We
Right, we'll play that clip right now for you guys. If the producer can just
Okay.
pull it up.
Yeah. So Mike Hussey was with Chennai till 2013. So he shifted to Mumbai in 2014.
Okay, fair. I tell you what, I will come back to you in a bit because we're going to show our viewers right now what they might have missed or might have watched already. But nonetheless, it makes for a fascinating watch once again, as it is almost a Bangalore in-house panel right now. Let's, of course, play that clip. How much we enjoy that. I mean, it was a joke, honestly. Of course. Isala, come Mumbai! Mumbai! Bye, bye! Mumbai! Bye, bye! The king is back, baby. He scored 82 off just 49 balls to get this absolute chaotic IPL up and underway from the Chinnaswamy right now. Abhi Sheikh reporting for the CDC fan cam. Boy, there's so much to talk to you about the fans. And is it Isala Cup Namde? How good is it to be back in the Chinnaswamy IPL summer-wise? Yeah, boys. Of course, yes. I was not a fan of watching IPL in Chinnaswamy. But after this match, I do want to come back here. Especially for RCB match. CSK match. Who is this time, yeah? Super. How happy are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
100. 10.
I love the 100. Isala. ಏನಿಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಹ್ಲಿ ಸಿರಾಜ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಮುಂಚೆ IPL. Exactly. That is the best part of our Bangalore they have played now. Correct. So and now they have played like Duplessis and we have played unbelievable 17 Yeah, I mean they lost the world and understandably so quickly. Was this your first game? What an experience!
No, I think when I share the downs, Ambani doesn't get enough Mumbai doesn't get enough. Once the share goes up, MI will come back.
It's insane.
I have never seen a match like this. In a very long time. But to RCB and especially Virat Kohli and locked to the floor. And I was rooting for Lucknow to complete their century.
She summed it up so well. She's running out of energy. This is Bangalore passion.
These are passionate people doing their passionate work. They are interviewing all the passionate fans here, and we should also congratulate them for their work. And please do subscribe to
cricket.com.
cricket.com.
Right, we're back, and I'm back. I wasn't at the Chinnaswamy right now. This was last night, of course. I was absolutely buzzing as an RCB fan myself, and to get across to those fans was brilliant. Subscribe to the cricket channel to see more of that content, of course. And we have a change in terms of appearances in the studio. Welcome back, Akshay Kumar Swamy. How are we this evening? And so far, we've seen a dog being chased, a wide being reviewed, a no ball being reviewed, carnage in terms of Conway and Rituraj, and Chepauk is back to its vocal best.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised with how Chepauk's played out.
Correct.
I was expecting something a lot slower, it to be a lot slower, a lot more spin friendly.
Fair.
And I'm actually surprised with what Rahul's done in terms of
captaincy.
Bowling changes and
more than being the captain that he is tonight, I think he's resembled one of those Bangalore traffic cops that I saw last night, where he was just kind of making hand gestures, moving his men around. I mean, even think about the power play options that he had. I know Lucknow is one of those teams who are gifted and blessed with different options. What do you make of that? Because he kept Wood back, who also went for lots in his final over, the first of his and the final of the power play, 19 off it. I mean, bizarre at times.
Yeah, and it did not make any sense to bring Gautam in to both of them. It's not like Conway Conway struggles against off spin or something like that.
Yeah,
I was actually expecting Yash Thakur to be brought in a lot sooner.
Who's bowling now?
Exactly. And Gautam's over short of, I mean, not that they hadn't played, they weren't aggressive before, but that over short of kicked it off, because the last 2 overs, what costed them 35 odd runs.
Yeah.
And yeah, that really took them to a great position post power play. So yeah, that's.
So we, of course, spoke to Akshay on that Insta Live about this boy, the Yash Thakur. And it's not very often that a guy makes his IPL debut and is blessed to have the number 9, because the number 9, of course, in football terms is a prized number, but he gets the number 9 for LSG. And so far, a decent over, to be fair, amongst this Harakiri. I mean, just to concede 5 in his first ever over in his IPL career, he'll take that all day long. Keep the questions coming through. We'll take a couple of comments right now. And also, more than the comments, I want to, of course, bring a friend back to the show in terms of Gurkirat Singh Gill. He was away on, of course, family commitments. There he is, looking absolutely dashing in his black. Gurkirat, good to see you back to your usual surroundings. And before you say a word, I request my producers to play this clip to tell you guys exactly where Gurkirat has been for the last couple of days. Right, he's still singing along, he's vibing along. Gurkirat, some moves that quite brilliant, man. Loving it.
5 to 10 seconds of that song more, I would have said, okay, I can't do the watch along. I'm just putting on some music, and I will start dancing again, because this is something I just can't stop myself, to just dance whenever there are.
To be honest with you, I wanted to play that whole clip on loop, but then the copyright buggers would come in and then just be like, a brain fuck. But look, at the end of the day, welcome back to the Watchalongs, my friend. I haven't spoken to you after the Delhi loss. You haven't spoken to me after the RCB win. But how are things with you?
The things are good. I didn't even watch that Delhi game. And given the kind of performance happened, I'm very happy that I had missed that game due to the family function. But yeah, RCB win was good. I watched the game last night. I was very happy with how Kohli performed. And I was thinking that Avnish would be actually dancing around in the studio. But I was like, I'll hit him up later, because let him enjoy the win right now.
Oh, for sure. What do you make of this particular 7 overs that Gujarat, Lucknow have kind of gone about their business with? Because, I mean, Akshay just touched upon it here, Gujarat. He didn't expect it to be this kind of wicket. But right now, as we speak, Gaikwad, again, showing why he's such a class act, back-to-back 50s for him. How do you think the game's going to go motoring on from here?
Yeah, and see, both Conway and Gaikwad have batted well. But I suppose it would be fair to say that Lucknow and Rahul have probably made their task easier. It's the 8th over. You still don't see any sign of Bishnoi. And if you take someone like a Yash Thakur, who's probably done well at the Syed Mushtaq level, you probably need to give him the new ball to maybe extract a little bit of swing. So quite a few calls that didn't really make sense to me. Giving the over to Gautam, the 5th over, also didn't really make sense to me, because Conway is not your left-handed batter who really struggles against spinner. He can be tied down. And the worst part is that Rutu was on strike when that ball was given to him. And you probably wanted to keep Wood for the middle order, which struggles against pace. But you're not going to bowl to the middle order if the openers are not going to get out, right? And your best bowler comes in when the batters are already settled. It makes their task easier as well to face that bowler. And I'm not so sure if I'm okay with the change of probably dropping Unadkat and getting Yash Thakur in. Probably it happened because they felt that Unadkat could be taken down by Dhoni. But at the same time, left arm.
One second, Gurkirat. There's 6 more here from Conway because I don't know if you guys saw the previous one which hit the Tata Tiago. Sorry for taking the sponsors, but look, that just was a slip of the tongue. But I mean, some fascinating batting. Before you guys hopped on, I was chatting with Sob and I mentioned this point, the fact that they're playing after Sheffield after so long. Probably told us tonight, go out there, express yourselves, have fun, entertain this bloody crowd, and just play rock and roll cricket. That's what's coming to the
Definitely, and I mean, even if he's not told them that, the surface is really helping them, play their natural game, go through with their shots, and I agree with whatever Gurkirat has said.
Just on the damage control point, guys, from an LSG perspective, I know they just had their strategic timeout and all of that. How do you contain these two? Because Conway is just going mad, and Gurkirat mentioned before the season started that he's one of the irreplaceable players for Chennai, and 101 for none after 8 overs, Gurkirat. If you're KL Rahul right now, how are you containing this Chennai Lord? Akshay, come in first.
Which one?
Yeah, Bishnoi has to come in because he's someone who can take the ball away at pace, not really express pace, but he bowls he bowls I'd say 5 kilometers quicker than any other spinner in this lineup. So and his trajectory is something which really makes it difficult to get under the ball.
But it's strange, right? They were saving wood for someone. You got the impression because they didn't, of course, throw the ball to the 5th over, and now are they saving Bishnoi for someone?
There's no point of saving the bowler for someone if you're not going to get the current pair out, right? I mean,
Agreed.
you can save, but you need to control what is at hand right now. There's no point of saving your bowlers for other batters if this opening pair, goes on to score 140, 150 runs in 12 overs. There's nothing to save then. So,
Okay, here's a question for you, okay, and the viewers and Akshay right there. Oh, nothing's going LSG's way because that is a decent bouncer, but it still gets 4. Okay, a quick question to both of you guys, right? If you're looking at your subs, impact player, would you bring him in from an LSG perspective, saying, listen, there's surely someone on the bench who can, stop this flow of runs? Do they have anyone?
They have Amit Mishra, but I don't see how he could
That'll be remarkable if they bring little Mishi guy on.
And that would really shorten their batting lineup with that. So I'm guessing they want to bring in Badoni later on. Yeah, I don't see them bringing in anyone right now.
Yeah.
And like Gurkirat mentioned, they have to go to Bishnoi. And they see at the end of the day, you've got your 4 overs.
Correct.
And it's all about optimally utilizing your resources.
Yeah.
So there's no point, if they're saving Bishnoi's 4 overs for someone, and it's not like he can bowl 4 overs on the dot from the 16th. He's got to bowl him. Rahul's got to bowl him out. Might as well bring him. Yeah, 10th overs probably the last.
And it's actually some really good points to make right now. Ben Brown, of course, with that comment, really appreciated. I think Ben's from Canada. He used to watch the Asia Cup Watchalong. So welcome back to the platform, Ben. He says this partnership is having fun. Great now by Guy for sure. So keep the comments coming through. We'll take a couple of more and probably we'll throw a couple to Gurkirat as well. And Crick Crazy Nick, meanwhile, is also on standby. Let's get that boy on because he must be having a right laugh right now in terms of all those things. Look at him in his yellow background and his yellow t-shirt. I mean, Nick, I'll actually come to you first because I love the color you're bringing already to the show. How much have you enjoyed this 50 balls, to be precise?
Yeah, I just tweeted some royal captaincy there. Maybe by the end of the match, we'll hear that matchups are overrated, form is overrated, common sense is also overrated because that's how they've been. They gave 1 over to Kalmias, great. They gave 2 to him, awesome. Thank you so much. Please continue to do that for the goodness of cricket. And as good a start as it can be.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Gurkirat's also kind of perplexed at the TV right now, thinking, 1 second, this is the IPL. Why am I watching the PSL all of a sudden?
No one has a yellow jersey in PSL. Don't worry.
Yeah, and
They
no one
shall
has
do.
blue jersey in the IPL.
It has a lot of black in it. It keeps
Yeah,
changing.
yeah.
It changes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, even in the 9th over, Yash Thakur does not have the pace to trouble both of these batters, and now the ball's going to come in straight lines. It's not that he's going to swing it. I don't understand why Bishnoi is not being thrown the ball. I mean, you were talking about probably bringing in Mishra as an impact player. what's the point of bringing him if you're not going to use the existing wrist spinner that you have already? So this is just at this point of time stubbornness to keep sticking with plan A's. There a good captain will always be able to understand and realize that when is the time to move away from a plan A to plan B. Now that plan B may not always work. There's a good possibility that plan B might even go horribly wrong. You could bring in Bishnoi right now, but he's off rhythm. He could go for 24 runs. But at least you are trying to do something. You're not, just going with the flow. So that's my point. At this point of time,
I mean, essentially, it comes back to that. I want to ask Gurkirat and Nix and Akshay here one more thing before I take a little break on this watch log. 110 for no loss, 9 overs gone. And I have to ask you the inevitable. Let's address the elephant in the room because his 90 odd the other day and his 50 right now in quick time has just been absolutely brilliant to watch. He's banging the door down to get into the Indian setup. I'm surely thinking 2024 World Cup. Am I jumping the gun here, guys, with Rituraj Gaikwad? Because what has impressed all three of you guys right now about Gaikwad. We'll start with Akshay, then we'll go to Nix and then Gurkirat.
In the last couple of seasons, one issue, so to say, that Gaikwad had was of slow, and he's really sort of how do I put this? He's answered critics in the best possible manner. He's started off aggressively in the previous game. He's done the same today, and he's just continued to move on. He's not really sort of. He's been really compact and he's tackled pacers and spinners with great ease. And talking about the 24 World Cup thing, I mean, it's still a good year and a half away. So yeah, let's give him some time. Let's play him. Let's see him play. It'll be great if he has a good IPL season this time around. That would help him, get a few more opportunities with the Indian team. That's
fair assessment. I'll come to Nix next. Both you guys, in fact, Gurkirat and Nix, had Shubman Gill as an orange cap, a front runner, and understandably so. But if there's anyone who gave this guy a run for his money, it surely is that. Oh, taken! Am I jinxed it? We'll come back to the Rituraj Gaikwad chat. But Bishnoi, why, oh why? Nix is shaking his head. Talk to me, Nix. I mean, 9 overs for someone like Bishnoi, and he comes on and makes an impact if there ever was.
Yeah, just something we discussed yesterday. Teams are thinking too much about what to do later. Just look to be in the present first, take wickets, stay in the game to control the latter. Yeah. They probably kept Bishnoi to bowl 4 in the end overs. They're probably thinking, let's do a KKR with them, that let's bowl spin towards the end to them and choke them with spin. But dude, they've already got 110. So it's just no-brainer that sometimes teams just want to use resources for the sake of it. And Lucknow did the same thing last year as well, where they would use.
What? I'm sorry to disturb you because I think I just saw Shivam Dubey woke up. Next, talk to me about that move.
Because no better place or no better time to put him. Just go out there and hit sixes. That's all that is required of you. They bowl pace to you, it's okay. You can get out as well, no problem. But he gets 4, 5, 6s out. He's done his job, which he may not do if he saves for 30, 40 balls trying to anchor a knock. So that's what they've got him in the side for. Use your long levers, get to the pitch of the ball and swing for the rafters. That's all. Just don't, of course, not blindlessly or just hit across the line, but this is the best time to send him and just take the game even more further away from the opposition.
I fully agree. And Chennai, look, at the end of the day, they can really throw out anyone that they want right now because Dubey, it is like a top connect. It's 110 for 9.1. I just want to come back to the man who got out right now in Rituraj Gaikwad, Gurkirat, because I don't know what it is. That 6 sixes that he hit, the domestic form that he's shown, he's just been batting so beautifully. Is it inevitable that he comes and gets another go with the Indian team?
Yeah, it is inevitable. And, we have to realize that he wasn't dropped because he was performing poorly for the Indian team. He was dropped because there was no space at the top of the order, especially in the ODI setup. In the series versus South Africa at home, just after the last IPL, he had done well. He'd gone out of favor because a lot of incumbents had come back. And after, given how Rituraj has started the tournament, it's going to put a lot of pressure on someone like Kishan to do well. If he doesn't, then it's difficult to stop someone like Rituraj to come back into the team. And if Kishan goes out, then it also opens the space for probably someone like a Samson or Jitesh Sharma at 5 or 6 or somewhere in the middle order, if not at 5 or 6. But yeah, I mean, at this point of time, uh, Ruturaj being in the team is inevitable. Not only T20s, but probably even in ODIs post the 2023 World Cup.
Okay. Next, let me just close this Gaikwad chat by asking you this, because if there's a USP that Rituraj Gaikwad brings to the Indian T20 team, what is that USP?
Hitting spin. How many top order batters in India currently have been able to top order batters have been able to hit spin for fun? And of course, see, every opener will want their first 5 6 balls to get in. And if you throw a left arm similarly, there could be trouble. But every batter will have their own weakness. So if we can see of that out, I mean, the left arm seam problem is for everybody who's born in India, maybe. But in that, if that is covered, he could really just get in and just keep going as he did today. And that, and there were two shots of K. Gautam that would stick with me. One, he went short, he went back and just lofted it over the bowler's head. And the other ball, I think he was beaten in the air, but still he had incredible timing to get the ball over the ropes. We don't have too many people who can do that to spin right now. So,
That too on the offside, not really.
yeah, it's not
It's
powered.
sometimes when you are hitting towards the leg side, your follow through of the bat and the transfer of weight helps you to take the ball further. But when you are hitting against the spin towards the offside, given the ball was coming in, you really don't have a lot of power going into that shot. You have to turn your bat at the last moment. That was really skillful. I mean, you could say that it was not the right matchup, by Lucknow. Fair, but to hit those shots or those kind of shots, you need a lot of skill. And when it comes to Ruturaj playing spin, there's a lot of skill on display. And he's not just done this to Gautam. He's dominated even someone like Rashid Khan. I mean, my mind goes back to the IPL of 2021 where Hyderabad and Chennai were playing each other in Delhi, and he was just able to put Rashid off his line very easily. And to sweep Rashid is not easy. Not many have been able to do that because of the pace and trajectory he moves at. But Ruturaj was able to do it quite comfortably.
Hmm. I mean, some amazing points made by the guys there. Really makes for a takeaway, which you guys can probably see in our platform later. And speaking of seeing later, you'll probably see me later in about 5 overs time. I'm just going to stop for a little breather. Umesh Agarwal will continue proceedings with all the lovely guys you can see in the screen right now. Woods back in the attack, so to speak, and even he's being smothered. That's another boundary, unfortunately, from an analyst perspective. 118 for 10 overs gone. We're trying to just figure out some things at the back end, so bear with us if you can hear any of the chatter from behind the cam. But yeah, essentially, we're doing the watch along. Keep your comments come through. We haven't taken that many this evening, but I think in the next 5-10 overs, the boys will definitely answer all your questions. Sorry, Akshay, you want to say something?
Yeah, just a question from one of you. What do you think of the surface today? Like how Chipbox played? You guys expected or?
I didn't expect it, but one second. I just have been told to wait a bit and test that out. All right, I'll tell you what. Looking at the Knicks, you guys take over just for a bit before we come back here with the studio.
Sure.
Oh, that's a very good catch. That's a very good catch.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think Conway is going to walk. Yeah, I don't think he's going to walk. But that did look clean to me. Krunal and Mark Wood again.
Look clean.
Okay, great. Then
Yeah,
that
and
is
see, this is something that makes you wonder if Mark Wood can beat someone who's been batting so well and has played 28 balls. Why would you not bowl him a lot earlier? I mean, to me, it didn't really make sense that they chose to give Kyle Myers the third over. You want to extract movement, there is a specialist bowler like Yash Thakur who you brought in
yeah.
for that. You might as well
Yeah.
give him the ball. Uh, but yeah, the tactics being wrong is not something that surprises me anymore.
Yeah, and it is just weird that they keep now again. See here, if Wood and Bishnoi continue to bowl in tandem, they could still trigger a collapse. But the thing is, CSK already have a score that they'll feel that okay, we have some chance. Had
Yeah.
this been 60 for 2 or 60 for 3, then the game is completely different because then you are still trying to figure out what's the pass score and all of that. And with regards to the score that Akshay had, I think it for the start of the season maybe it's probably more wide than it should be. but I expect it to slow down. But let's see if it's a theme or if it's just the first turnovers that were great, or if Ruturaj made it look really good to bat. So that is also something, because even Conway struggled. I don't think Conway has hit so many great shots. Most of them have been powered, apart from the few good drives that he played earlier.
Yeah, could be the case. Who do you think now comes in? Stokes
I
or
think
Ali?
Moeen Ali. Yeah, I saw Moeen Ali walk in. So
Yeah, Moeen's there.
yeah,
Yeah,
but I
probably
felt
could have sent Stokes.
yeah, I felt so because Wood is bowling. You'd want to get the better batter of pace on.
Yeah.
It's slightly
If
weird usage of Ben. I don't get it actually.
yeah,
Right.
given Moeen has come up,
गुरकीरत पांडे का स्वागत हुआ कि नहीं? जनता
Yes,
ने
हुआ
डाल
हुआ।
नहीं।
सब देख लिया.
क्या बात.
Gurkerat was just
So-
5 seconds away. Like,
Guys, just want to know your thoughts on Krishnappa Gautam bowling that over. I really want to know. And I think this is a clip that has to go up. Your thoughts on Krishnappa Gautam bowling that over?
see, there was probably there was probably a precursor to it before the tournament when someone from Lucknow's management said that matchups are overrated. So yeah, I mean that probably sums up. A lot of things could be overrated, and Nikhil has already said that maybe the next thing that could be said is common sense is overrated. So we don't know.
Then
Yeah,
see,
but
the K Gautam over was that over that we get in gully cricket, जहाँ पे you just know कि ये पिटेगा. That's what happened there.
Yeah, so we had Saurabh Pant in the watch along yesterday. वो एक चीज बोल रहा था कि सौरभ पंत को जब भी देखते हैं वो कृष्णप्पा गौतम को जब भी देखते हैं वो डिलीवर करता है. पता नहीं वो इतना कम क्यों खेलता है. तो मैं उसको यही बोल रहा था कि वो कम इसलिए खेलता है ना कि वो ऐसी टीम में खेलता है जिनको पता ही नहीं उसे यूज कब करना है. एक बार उसे लास्ट ओवर दे देते हैं पोलार्ड हार्दिक पांड्या के सामने. एक बार बेचारा फील्डिंग करता है, कैच छूट जाता है, पूरे टाइम गाली खाता है. आज
And
देखो
who gave him the over? Who gave him the over? Mrs. Pollard.
ओवर टुडे. व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन? वो भी सोचता होगा भाई कहाँ फंस गया मैं.
So maybe that is the problem.
But that game where Gautam bowled the last over to Pollard and Hardik. I mean, if you look at that, I remember that 11 of Punjab, and I was like, how are they going to restrict this lineup below 180? Because they had to get 8 overs out of Nisham and Gautam. 8 overs out of Nisham and Gautam were never going to happen, and there was no death bowling because their two pacers were Cottrell and Shami. So that 2020 Punjab season should be a case study in terms of how not to go about your season tactically, because like I keep going back to this, no other team is going to play 16 players in their squad before they bring in Gale in the 7th game. You can't be trying 16 players, lose 6 matches and then bring in Chris Gale. I mean, a lot of things in that season were just not making sense. I remember Mayank being injured. They opened with Mandeep instead of getting Shahrukh into the middle order, and that is when they already had Makram and Gale in the 11. So Makram at that point of time was not a middle order batter. So Punjab 2020 is a case study for T20 franchises, T20 teams all over the world to how not to strategize in a T20 tournament.
Yeah.
It was just absurd. It was just absurd.
As a point for a
just
while now.
couple of
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
One is I feel KKR 23 will give Punjab 20 run for their money in terms of how not to
There's a
build.
difference. I'll tell you what. There's a difference. Punjab 2020 had the resources to do well. KKR this year don't have the resources to do well. So when you don't have resources to do well,
Resources, like the
So-
force.
So this is where a case study should be between Mumbai and Kolkata, that how not to build a squad.
101.
I think what Gurkirat is maybe saying is about resource utilization.
Yeah.
This is about
Squad construction.
yeah.
Squad construction. No one करके एक book लिखो और ये दिखाओ बस. Just show them.
okay. Before I answer this question, I just wanted to say that maybe this over could have been bowled by Avesh, because you have 2 players who are doing well, who do well against spin. You can bring in Avesh, get 1 over out of him, and have him just bowl short at Dubey and Mooney. So
Yeah, on that point of Avesh Gurkirat, I just want your observations. I mean, what has gone wrong for him? Because he was right up there, played for India as well, but at this point of time, he just looks out of sort.
Uh, Maybe lack of confidence because in T20s he was doing poorly. But I remember him bowling well in that South Africa ODI series at home, where he was unlucky. He had two or three drop catches of his bowling in Lucknow. In Delhi, he started off well, had a drop, and then Kuldeep came off and wiped the tail. He was okay in the second ODI in Ranchi as well. So probably a matter of confidence, but. Yeah, India do need him to have a good season this time because of the number of injuries that the Pacers are carrying. There is no Bumrah, there is no Prasidh, Musin's not there. You need someone, in the case to be a little prepared. Say if an injury happens to Shami or Siraj, if an injury happens to Shami or Siraj, who do you go to? So you want Avesh to have a good season from that point of view. That at least there is someone who gives you some confidence. कि चलो ये player नहीं चला तो we can.
Yeah, but at this point of time, it feels like a very big delta between Siraj, Shami, and Avesh Khan.
And
It is.
Is it just me or has Vish actually lost some pace? Like he was bowling, he's bowling considerably slower than what he was. I mean, from what I remember him going for Delhi.
Has he lost pace since that injury?
No, I think it's probably the Gambhir effect. Because I remember him. The reason why I'm saying this, I remember during the Asia Cup and other times as well. Gambhir has a lot of times spoken of, how spinners probably need to flight it up and bowl slower.
I think we're talking about Avesh. We're talking about Avesh here. Avesh has lost pace.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Vishnu. Then my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Avesh has lost some pace. I don't know why.
Yeah, maybe after that, when he sort of fractured his thumb since then.
But that thumb injury happened in 2021 IPL.
Yeah, it happened in England when one of the Indian players himself just hit him on the thumb.
Yeah, that's true. And also one more thing, just to close the entire Gautam conversation, a lot of it probably also has to do with what Gurkha said earlier. Like they probably had this planning, thinking maybe Chipok might be spin friendly, the conditions might be, sort of there'll be something in it for spinners, so we might get an over of spin in the power play. But Rahul did not really adapt to the conditions and what was going on, and he just sort of went away with it. And the need to just stick to plan A's and not adapt according to conditions and situations, that's really going to hurt them big time. Like you can have the best of players, the best of squad, but if you don't know how to use them properly, it's just.
And it's not like Lucknow are bereft of bowling options. They don't really need to bowl him on days when he's not needed.
Yeah.
But like, what do you guys think of Ben Stokes' entry point? I mean, it's only 13 overs. Why are they making him play as a finisher role? He doesn't do that for many teams. Feels very, unless they want to tackle Wood and Avesh at the death. That probably is the only reason.
I mean, I feel it's more of Dubey and Moeen being sent up to tackle spin, to hit spin, than Stokes being sent down. Like I feel because Dubey at number 3 wouldn't make a lot of sense outside, like at places like Wankhede or Chinnaswamy. It might probably have a bit to do with that, but then thankfully Lucknow have realized that and now they've bought in pacers. But Yash Thakur might not be the best of options given they also had Wood and Navish. But yeah, still a proactive move in that sense.
Yeah, because like Dubey has to get a move.
But talking about this Shivam Dubey move, I mean, one thing that people just assume with CSK is that he kuch to socha hoga. But I mean, there is no real explanation for sending Dubey in, right? You already have a momentum, and you're just sending a player.
See, I felt
you have
there was.
Stokes.
See, I felt there's a clear reason. Because he's in the team to hit pace, hit spin only.
It's spin and junk pace.
Yeah.
Like
So
if you try and get an over out of Kyle Myers, then you can expect.
Good had bowled only 1 over till that point. Avesh had bowled what? How many? 1 over?
Avesh has bowled 1 over.
Yeah, Vishnu is not your traditional.
Yeah, but I felt what I think is they saw कि अभी Wood and Avesh will not bowl now, so उसको pace से नहीं खतरा है. They'll more likely to bowl spin.
Why did I think that? if Wood
Sorry?
has bowled only 1 over in the top 10, why would he not bowl now?
Bishnoi had not
Because
even
he hasn't.
introduced it, so they thought maybe.
Yeah, because he
Yeah,
hasn't
but
bowled.
don't you think Moeen is a better bet to?
He's
See, I
Don't you think
felt.
Bishnoi is a better bet to? Moeen is a better bet to Bishnoi.
See, I think it is only about using Dubey better. There was no other way that you give Dubey more. I mean, if Dubey again fails here,
At times,
No, so let's look at the counter options. If not Dubey, then I don't
Mr.
think.
doing a valid point here.
Oh, finally.
Finally.
Yeah.
No, so
Yeah.
that's
But so far,
what
Yash
I'm-
Thakur has been.
So
Yeah, Gurkeet, go ahead.
if not Dubey, then who? Then I don't think Raidu would have been the right call. Okay. Jadeja also would have probably not been the right call.
Moeen is the number 3.
Like if the idea was only to counter spin, then probably promoting Dubey made sense because if Moeen was sent up and if he got out, then Dubey would have to face the likes of Avish and Wood. So they probably thought that this was a more safer option in that sense. But I still agree with Somesh in that मतलब धोनी ने किया तो मतलब कुछ सोच समझ के
हाँ.
किया होगा that
नहीं,
attitude is
I mean,
always-
maybe they just want Dubey to get some confidence. He
Yeah,
start
see-
already अच्छा
नहीं
है.
आपकी बात नहीं कर रहा I'm just saying
नहीं. See, my point is, I don't think it should be rubbish of thinking कि धोनी ने किया तो कुछ सोच के किया होगा, because there is clear logic to that. Now you trust Moeen, Stokes, and everybody else and Raidu also to know their job and do it better. With Shivam, you need him to get that confidence to not start moving his legs. But what is the best way to use Shivam? Now this situation where you know they'll bowl more, and they had Conway at the other end. So अगर Wood या कोई आता, so it would have been fair कि Conway to take on Wood, and which he did. So I think the logic clearly was कि तू जा, get a few balls in, then go and hit spin every ball if you want to, because that's something Moeen doesn't do right from ball 1, and he hasn't done that even now. So that is something where I feel probably only way to use Shivam was this.
I agree with you on that, but then why isn't he doing that? Why isn't he attacking like from the get go? Like he took his time, he was 5 of 11, and finally now he did hit a boundary. Why isn't he doing that? Like if that's the role
See, because
that's been
that is a
assigned
skill
to him.
set issue, right? If Shivam Dubey was able to do what the plan was, then he would have been much more remarked. I mean, he could still go for 6 now, and he has, which is good. So that's what he can do. He just needs a few balls, and the thing is, there are very few people who can hit 6 every ball. It's not Moeen who doesn't do that. He doesn't do that unless there's a very clear matchup for him to take on. So that's why I felt maybe this is the only way to use Shivam. And see, that is the thing. Those 6 and he's 21 of 30. 3 ball pehle, it was 5 of 10. So that is the risk you take when you are sending somebody like him.
No, but again, this is something that I don't understand now. You will have probably Dhoni and Stokes batting in the end. You can save overs of Bishnoi. Why not try and get Avesh to bowl at these 2? I mean, the captaincy today has been horrible to say the least, and I don't say that very often. It's just been horrible.
Yep, it's baffling. जैसे मैंने दुबे की बुराई की है उसने तो पेल दी.
नहीं, अच्छा आपने काफी अच्छा गैस लाइट या भड़काया, बहुत अच्छा भड़काया.
शायद उसको सुनाई दे गया.
भाई तो ऐसे एक और प्लेयर आने वाला है सेकंड इनिंग्स में, उसको बोल दो कुछ ओपनर को.
नहीं उसको भाई वो मोटी चमड़ी है. वहाँ कुछ नहीं हो सकता.
But do you see the conditions deteriorating after this? Like as the game progresses, yeah, is it going to sort of remain this way?
I mean, Gurkeet is a pitch expert.
Sorry?
I asked, like, do you see the pitch deteriorating after this? As we
That's a wicket. Okay.
There is the.
I think the pitch is slowing down. I think the pitch is slowing down. And even if say next 6 overs, even if Chennai get 30 runs, I think 180 would be a winning score because the pitch is now slowing down. It's also turning. It would be difficult for Lucknow to chase it.
But
But do Chennai have enough spinners
exactly, yeah,
to
like
defend
bowlers,
180?
just
Because
bowlers.
I
There
feel they
is
need 200
There
at
is now.
least.
You have four
there
spinners.
is there is Santner, there is Jadeja, there is Moeen, and
Moeen.
I
Moeen,
suppose that
yeah.
they will bring in another spinner because
Yeah.
I think Prashant Solanki is in there in the
Yes.
south.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and
Solanki,
Santner on these pitches, Santner on these pitches is going to be a handful. I'd be very surprised if
yeah,
Santner
even against.
goes. Sorry.
He actually
But
has
I
better
would
record
be
against left-handed
back-
batters. Sorry.
But I would back the Lucknow batters against this Chennai bowling lineup. Like they have three spinners, but they have Tushar Deshpande, they have Hungergaker, and they have Stokes as
Deepak Chahar.
Deepak Chahar.
So
So
the thing is, they
I
won't bowl
would
in.
back like
See, I don't think they'll bowl in tandem. At any point of time, it will always be spin and pace combination. Unless I'm sure maybe the first 2 overs you will have the courtesy two pace from both end, but I still don't think that happening. Because Mayers hai, to Moeen Ali should start the bowling if he's on strike for the second over. So, and yeah, that's why
Yeah.
and that's why the finish is important for Chennai. They have to target 220. There is
Also,
7 wickets in hand. And
a lot will come down to what's the intent of the openers in the power play, because this is not the pitch where you think that the pitch will stay true. It is going to get slower. So if the openers are not proactive and are looking to just accelerate at the death, it's not going to work out. And KL Rahul doesn't have a good record while chasing.
but he does have an excellent record against CSK. So let's see which
That he
is the
does.
record.
That he does. But when he was playing for Punjab, a lot of Punjab's Chennai games happened as the last game in the season. If I'm not wrong, in the 16 seasons, like this is the 16. I'm not sure what is the last fixture for Chennai this time. But I suppose in the last 5 or 4, maybe 5 IPLs, 4 times Punjab versus CSK has been the last fixture.
I think the last picture, yeah, and I think Mumbai with SRH, KKR with RR, something like that. These have been the fixed, not fixed in that sense, but
Understood,
pre-decided last
RCB
fixtures.
Delhi also has sort of, they've always had a game towards the end.
Yeah.
Stokes is in, so yeah, let's see how Stokes goes.
So Avesh has how many overs?
2, right?
Three.
Oh, just the one. Okay, my bad.
Will he be bowling 3 on the trot now?
He has
Because
to.
that's the only way he'll finish his quota.
and they don't have other options also.
And
The problem is
Wood will bowl 2.
the problem is now there's only 1 over left of Bishnoi. Okay.
Yeah.
And Wood has 2 overs left, and probably Avesh will bowl the other 2. The issue is, I don't think Wood or Avesh are going to trouble Stokes here. And given the pitch has slowed down, Stokes might even
And actually,
enjoy
3 overs. And I don't think 3 overs at the death is anyway a good idea for any bowler unless until that bowler is moved out.
True. It's like I said, today's been.
यार ये notes publish ये notes publish क्यों नहीं होते यार? जैसे वो मार्क वॉट के notes publish हुए थे वैसे सारे notes publish होने चाहिए.
Sorry,
क्या
कौन
लगता
से
है,
notes?
what's actually right? Like, is it ball by ball?
No. Dravid का तो मुझे पता नहीं, कोई पोएट्री लिखता है. He writes so much, इतना तो लिखने के लिए नहीं होता. For shot.
You move 127. That was
Yeah, I
nice.
mean, क्या सब
I mean-
सोच रहे थे चेपॉक में होगा, कम रन बनेंगे.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
I think we will see in May. तब तक क्या होता है फिर?
yeah. Also, I think start a season ka, so which is why it's very very white. It'll go down to becoming more brown and brown in terms of more dryness. Actually, I found it very interesting that they did not use pace also for one more reason. In the very first few overs, you saw when they ball into the deck, the ball didn't carry to the keeper.
Shot,
much.
man.
Great shot. So I felt you could have always changed the pace. Sorry, I was saying in the first few overs of pace, the ball wasn't carrying to the keeper as well, even of the short ball. So I felt that had they used Yash Thakur and all earlier, just when the batter is just in, I felt they could have got them all out on horizontal bat shots earlier. But now again, now the pace is also such and the confidence is such that they can all go for their shots.
Also, what are these lengths to Moeen? I mean, Moeen can drive even the
I think
fastest
we'll have
of
to
the
do the desi
players.
jugaad again of having the door open. That's the only way I did.
Horrible lengths. Not one ball has been shot to Moeen. Not one ball.
But I think he doesn't, as of now, maybe he doesn't have the pace to think that maybe he'll trouble him. Maybe.
I don't probably, but you're not going
This
to.
is the point that Akshay was making, right? I mean, his pace is so down. I mean, I actually don't feel that he is there. I mean, at least as of now, he doesn't look like a player who's anywhere near international ready.
No, but he's not been nailing his Yorkers either. So
I mean,
you'd rather err
even
towards.
if we sort of take into account the pace drop, like Gurkirat said, he's.
Sorry, I think we just lost the voice completely there.
Gurkirat, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying even let's just account for the drop in pace, but you'd still rather want to err on the shorter side to Moeen rather than trying to err on the fuller side. It's not that you are nailing your Yorkers either, and out of those three fours, two or two just length deliveries. The second four that Moeen hit, he could have even smacked it over mid wicket because mid wicket was also inside the circle. So, and like I said, the plans today have just been devoid of a lot of logic. You want to try and understand it, but you can't. Like I can't justify any of the plans, whether they are bowling plans or bowling changes, to myself to say okay. Like we were discussing, there was still some sense and logic to what there was when it comes to promoting promoting Dubey. But what has happened for the majority of innings from the
Well,
Lucknow side?
yep. So Moeen is gone. Vishnu gets his third.
Do you see Dhoni coming in? We will see him pad.
I think
I think
Jadeja will come because
Yeah.
this is the last over of Chennai. The plan to Jadeja and both Stokes would probably be to just bat out this over and then attack pace.
Yeah.
And I don't think and I don't think KL is going to be brave
And
enough to
talking about not understanding.
Yeah, I think there's just some bit of sound issue. But do you think KL will be brave enough to bowl K. Gautam now?
He won't be. He won't do it. It's a calculated risk, but he's not going to take it.
I mean, it's risk worth taking if he takes two. But if you have Avesh, who's anyways getting hit.
It's a risk worth taking.
And
but he won't.
just to add, okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, Akshay, you were saying
Yeah,
something.
just to add to Gurkirat's thought on Luck's plans and not making any sense of them. How much of it do you think also has to do with the fact that how convincingly they won their previous game? Do you think was it also them being a bit complacent on their part, or is it just not being smart enough? Is it just down to that?
I'm not so sure if it's down to complacency as much as it's to just about because you saw a lot of similar things happening with the franchise in the last season too. So I'm not so sure if it's about complacency. I mean, if you are trying to,
It would be very harsh to have a team with Gambhir coach/mentor to call them complacent, right? Because
and also if you're going to get complacent after one game in a 14 game tournament, I'm not so sure that it's a risk worth taking. I don't think that probably if there were 3 or 4 wins, there were 3 or 4 wins into the tournament, then maybe we could have said that maybe they're being complacent, but not when you just won a single game. That's I don't think so.
yeah.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, some of the planning in this game has been really baffling.
Like especially in this day of with so much data and everything available, it is sort of
Yeah. So I mean, We are into the 16th over, and if Avnish would have been here, I would have said that time for some sweet 16 predictions. So, what do you guys think? Where will Chennai end up?
28 balls to go. You would have to say.
Yeah, Gurkit, you can go on. I'll add second.
Yeah, they're already at 166. 28 balls to go. I want to say 220 because Wood's only going to bowl 2 overs. In the remaining 2 overs, if Chennai are smart, they can take 30 odd runs. So yeah, I want to say somewhere between 215 to 220.
Sorry, I did I just say 250?
215 to 220.
Sorry, yeah, wait, okay.
Nikhil?
Yeah, I think it will be around 209 if they get going, else below 190.
This is interesting. Raidu's there.
Wow.
Now Raidu.
4-ball impact player.
Actually, yeah, I'll believe
Raidu being in there probably takes away the possibility of bowling Gotham.
Yes, actually, you were saying something.
Nah, I was just saying I'll just play the devil's advocate here and sort of try and conjure a collapse for CSK. I really want to see how their bowling fares today, so I don't want batters
and actually
out of the game.
And it can happen actually because the deck is slow. So unless you get a gift, it is not easy to start. Yes, Ramesh.
No, I'd say 196 for 7.
I'll say 186 all out flat.
अरे बाप रे.
भाई इसको ये अलग है फिर तुम कोलैप्स नहीं कर रहे हो तुम कुछ और कर रहे हो अभी ऑल आउट भी बोल रहे हो मतलब हो गया तो कुछ करना पड़ेगा फिर रमेश बात करते बाद में.
And then if that happens, then you should say call the police, but not for me, or Akshay.
Oh, but yeah, they still have Jadeja and MS to follow. Why? Yeah, that's only 2 and all pace now. Good luck.
I think we are facing some internet issues. So maybe Gurkira and Nikhil, if you don't mind, and occupy the entire screen for like 1 over till we sort this out.
Yeah. No problem at all. No problem whatsoever.
मैं वैसे भी हफ्ते में एक बार 1.25 घंटे होता ही अकेले, so I can do this.
अरे sir can do for leading any which ways. But yeah, 170, 4 overs, Avesh and Markwood. Jai Mata Di time, proper.
Do you think they should gamble with Yash Thakur, given he's bowled better than Avesh? Very tough.
I don't think he'll go down that route.
Yeah.
And actually, if had there been somebody else and not Stokes, maybe they would have gone for him. But I don't think Stokes hai, so maybe just add that more experience because very keen to see how Stokes plays this role. Usually you associate Chennai with using people in their best spots, but there is clearly something that Fleming, Stokes and MS have agreed on. Okay, this is how we want to use you. So yeah, that is very, very interesting.
I do think towards the second half they'll have to use Stokes in the top 3.
Yeah, I think invariably Conway Stokes are batting for the same spot because Thikshana has to play, and when they go, see at home, it will not be a problem. Away also, you will still need Thikshana. So Moeen Ali's form, I think, is very, very critical. Actually, Ben Stokes could compete with Moeen Ali also if Moeen Ali continues to fall to receive and is not used with the ball.
My prediction is that between Pretorius and Moeen Ali will be the battle for one spot. I just don't see how they are going to drop Conway.
Oh. If they're not dropping Conway, they have to play Thikshana. So it's Stokes and Moeen who go out then for Pretorius and Magala.
You see Magala playing?
Yeah, I see Magala playing. They don't have a death bowling option. They don't have a pace bowling option any which is reliable apart from Deepak. And again,
No, I
Deepak is
think
also more power play specialist.
I think they'll play Pretorius. Like one of Pretorius or Magala will play, and
No, of course. Wait, sorry. My point
uh,
is one of Pretorius and Magara, and you have one of Stokes and Moin, and you have Conway and Thixina playing every game.
hmm. But I just think that I don't see them dropping Stokes.
अभी आपने बोला कॉन्वे को ड्रॉप नहीं करेगी, अब बोल रहे हो
हाँ,
स्टोक्स को
तो
ड्रॉप.
मैंने स्टार्टिंग में बोला ना कि for me the battle is between Moin and Pretorius, and now you're saying कि maybe Magala, so probably a three-way battle between one of them,
Yeah.
because the the
Like
point
because see,
is
if you play on decks like Mohali or even Vankade, वहाँ पे spin will not get you much wickets. You will need pace options.
I agree, which is why I'm saying that
Yeah.
on those decks I see Moin Ali going out.
Oh, good shot from Ben Stokes. Finally.
The problem is the issue is that what Stokes offers against pace,
Yes.
barring Conway and maybe Rutu, there is no one else who
Yeah.
can do that. And
Yes.
not every day you are going to get a good start from both of
Yeah.
them, or you have at least one of them surviving the power play.
Yes. Yes.
Which is why Stokes becomes important. So,
Yeah.
and for that he needs to bat number 3.
Yeah. I think maybe then the reason why you say that so it's probably more a floating role that if they get a good start, they send everybody else ahead. If they don't, maybe then they send him. That's another across the line hoik, and that's a wicket. Yes.
Yeah, the
Avish gets a wicket.
pitch
Yeah.
is definitely slowing down. Definitely.
Yeah. And which is why I felt you had to use Stokes up, यार. मोइन को यहाँ पे lose करना चलता था. But yeah, 178 for 5. 186 पे all out तो नहीं हो रहे. That is, I'm not going that route.
Now
Yeah,
Jadeja comes.
Tatas. Yeah. I mean, Jadeja doesn't enjoy pace off. So it will take some batting to get to 200.
Yeah, but Mark Wood's going to bowl the next over. So
Yeah, exactly right.
Mark Wood's slower ones will also be around 125, 130.
Yeah, and they won't be easy now because it's अगर uneven है, if it's slowing down, then you are not going to be able to judge well कि
If
कहाँ
the
पे
pitch
आएगा.
if the pitch is slowing down, Chennai either which way have enough score.
Yeah, it's just I hope Chennai don't use bowling the way Lucknow had today so far.
Utna pura, I don't think MS can be that bad.
No, but it's not MS. But if, as you said, see, Santner had a very off game last one. If he has another off game, then I'm worried for him.
Santner having an off game, I thought, was a lot due to Gill playing him. Gill has
Yeah,
actually played
Very good
Santner very well. Maybe if it was some other RHP, won't have been that easy.
Yeah.
Gill doesn't really struggle against Santner.
Yeah. And just talking about left arms.
And I don't think Gill struggled against Kuhneman as well.
Yeah, I don't think he did. Maybe he got out to him, but of course, then the ball was doing everything. He got out to him LBW, no?
In Indore?
And second, and first test he got caught. It slips. Oh, that's a great shot. Great shot. Good use of the pace. Good use. Yeah, and it is very interesting because this is what MS said after the previous game, that they were trying to look to muscle everything rather than just use the crease and use the pace. He said they had in store in terms of batting options. They just did not use their batting skills better.
Stokes is not going to bowl today, right?
I mean, I read that he's fit to bowl 2 overs. I don't know whether he will or not.
Because his bowling would be handful on this pitch.
Yeah,
Balls-
I was actually going to ask you, even if he bowls 1 or 2 and takes, it will stop. And he's somebody who can get that uneven bounce as well from the surface.
I think he can bowl that 7th over, because by his 7th over that the pitch would have slowed down further, field would be open, so he can try and bowl a couple of slower ones.
Yeah.
Even though Avesh got the wicket on that one, I'm not so sure it was a good option to bowl slower ball length at Stokes.
Yeah, but then that's the margin. Nah, ek ball pehle he went too full and he got hit. So he was going to hold it a bit back. And I think the thing that did not work for Stokes is he went across. Had he went straight like he did the previous ball, maybe would have resulted in a better one. But yeah, they've got 185. So sorry, 186 all out तो नहीं हो रहा है. Sorry Anirudh. Anirudh Akshay बोल रहा हूँ. Sorry Anirudh. That's outside leg. Yeah. Cool. You have 2 overs in 4 balls. Should get 200 normally. And there's a lot of dew, KL said. अब तक तो दिखा नहीं है कुछ. Even now he is not wiping the ball. So far so good. No dew there. Incredible. But yeah. Also, just so while we were talking about left arm seam, I was just like doing some homework for the next game. Hardik has an average of 15.5 versus left arm spin. It is, I didn't think that number coming last 3-4 years.
The issue with Hardik's batting versus spin has become that he's closed down the option to go over covers. You see
Sorry. Great shot. Classic Ambati Raidu shot. Classic Ambati Raidu.
This is turning back the years to 2018.
Yes.
Turning back the years.
That partnership between him and Watson. Wow.
The outstanding shot. Outstanding shot. Like this is and smart bit of thinking as well because he realized the previous boundary. I went on the back foot, so he'll go fuller.
Just to be the devil's advocate, how much will Mumbai want Ambati Raidu now? They don't
But
have.
In what position will they play him?
As a finisher, who do they have as a finisher?
I actually think that their problems more in the shot.
I found the fielder.
I actually think that their problem lies in the top 3 or the top order.
Which is why I want Raidu to maybe go there. Nahi to you don't see a place for Raidu any which ways.
Because I think that Tim David will come good at some point of time. And I do have a feeling that sometime during this season, Vishnu Vinod is going to play for Mumbai.
I hope he opens though. Then he's not somebody who I want.
Vishnu will go out or maybe he'll bat number 3 with Green opening. But I do see Vishnu Vinod coming in at some point of time.
Wow. Yeah, I think that is definitely on. Also, I feel. See, I don't think they can use Cam Green down the order. Not on Indian pitches.
I agree.
It's not going to work out. The poor lad will not have fun. So it has to be the top order only. But again, they probably have to. And the form of Surya has probably doubled their problems. Okay, if Surya doesn't get going, then it is.
No, if Surya doesn't get going, then 4 wins out of 14 is very difficult. If Surya doesn't get going, 4 wins out of 14 is very difficult.
Yeah. And there's nobody else.
Even though Tilak batted well yesterday, I don't think that Bangalore exploited his weakness against the short ball that much.
Yeah.
Siraj had already bowled 3 by the time the power play was done. Topley was injured and Harshal was not going to rush Tilak.
Yeah. So, and Akashdeep bowled only 1, I think, to him. So
the over in which he got Rohit out. So So going back to what this is Yash Thakur.
Nice. So no Avesh, or Avesh bowls the last one.
I don't know, but this could potentially be a 15-run over, potentially.
Oh, but it's great though. Yash Thakur has had the reputation of bowling well at the end overs, so no better time to prove that.
So going back on our discussion on Hardik.
Yeah.
What I feel is that he's closed down the option of going over covers against left arm spin and leg spin. Because a lot of teams and a lot of spinners have now just started bowling him on the fourth, fifth stump, turning the ball away. And if you are going to take that option where you want to go across, you're not going to be very successful. And a lot of his dismissals have come that way. Mine goes back to his dismissal versus Zampa. Hardik of 2017, 2018 would have probably gone over covers. And
Even the one that he got against Jadeja, he got bowled off the sweep. He felt
Yeah.
it could have still been
And
hit
Hardik's
over.
not someone who's a predominant
Natural
sweeper.
sweep. Yeah. But yeah, so far so good. Just coming back to this one, 3 balls, 3 runs. Good over from Yash. Wow. But I think Chennai would still be happy. I mean, they will be delighted with the way Ambati is taken over once Stokes got out. Get a. They need probably 2 hits.
I don't understand the deal with Ambati Raidu.
That's a good one.
This is the second time the ball has evaded Avesh like this. When I felt that he would have actually taken a step back and taken a catch. So
but
poor awareness, not just with the ball.
Just one of those things that happens with you when you don't have a good day. But yeah, still I think good over. 3 balls, 4 balls, just 1 boundary. If you can keep less, Chennai will want another boundary or 6 if they can on both.
Could have easily taken a step back. Easily.
Yeah, I don't think he saw it coming at what height because it was that short. Oh, good shot, but yeah, straight to the fielder. So 1. Krunal Pandya won't give second. Yeah.
Still a good over, I feel. Now that you've brought up Krunal, do you think there's a case to promote him today?
They've been trying to promote him in every game possible. Lucknow actually, even last game he batted at 4. So I think it depends on the start. If they get a good start, then I don't think they should send him. But I feel he's somebody who can occupy the crease. But yeah, I think that's just a great closing out of the over. Good over from Thakur. 9 of it, I think, from the over. 5 singles and a boundary.
Did Yash Thakur get a wicket or no?
Yash Thakur, no. 4 overs for 36.
Not bad given the context of the game.
Yeah, definitely bowled much better. Even though bowling in tougher times, he did bowl better. Probably the best economy rate, obviously after Vishnu. Yeah, because Kyle Mays only bowled 2 charity overs at the start.
So they've crossed 203.
Yeah.
My prediction is somewhere between 215 to 220.
Yeah, but that's a very big window. Okay. I given for 209, so it has to be 1-6 and then 5 dot balls. I hope that doesn't happen with Wood. But yeah, good score for Lucknow to chase because Kale said he wanted to know what they are chasing. So now he definitely there's an impact sub. This is just sham, man. Now just doing it for 1 over in the last over. What are you going to achieve with Avesh Bodani fielding?
Probably they'll take Avesh off, given how Avesh has.
But then how does it help for 1 over?
Ideally, they should be taking. I mean, you can just send in a fielding substitute.
They're just wasting time. This is time wasting. You could easily sub him out at the end of the innings. If he was a great fielder, they'll tell us now on the screen because that's how they communicate. Yeah, Avesh Khan.
Yeah. But Avesh has some value with the bat. Bishnoi doesn't. So, I mean, again, this is something which
entire day of weird calls from Lucknow. Entire day of weird calls. Oh, that doesn't look good. Yeah, it's out. Well done, Markwood. Jadeja gone. I think Jadeja's batting will be under pressure. Last season also did not quite, of course, start well.
What do you think is the issue with Jadeja as a batter in white ball? Because 2020 he was good. 2021 also he was decent. He rarely worked on his game versus pace.
Yeah.
But last season and for India, whenever he's had to finish, he's not been reliable.
See, See, I feel Jadeja has always been someone who has to be clearly told what to do. I'll again go back to a quote that Dhoni said, which I don't know whether it was disrespectful or what. That don't make him think too much. If he thinks too much, then there's a problem. So just tell him what is to be done, and he'll get it done for you.
When did Dhoni say this?
I don't know. This is some time back, but at that time also it came like, okay, why would you say that something like this? But then the way sometimes he's batted with the tail, or even at the closing end, his decision making hasn't always been very sound.
My bigger worry is that even after all that time, that statement still holds true.
Yeah,
That's
exactly
the-
why. Yeah, exactly why. I'm saying okay, that's what I'm coming to in terms of the options to take. But yeah, sorry, MS is out to bat. Mark Wood, 5 balls. That is good. Chepak will take one boundary. I don't know if they'll get it, but yeah. Let's see. 4992. Get the 8 runs, my 5,000 runs.
would be very anticlimactic if he gets out on the first ball. Let's hope it
Nahi
doesn't.
yaar. Nahi yaar. Nahi
I'm
yaar.
saying that because of
Hit
the
a 6.
matchup.
Nahi. Hit a 6. Hit a 6. Hit a 6. Hit a 6. Hit a 4. Look at the smile on Ryder's face. And of course, it was wide. But I think
Not a great ball to begin with, but
yeah, but the stance was of the old. If you see the MS stance was of the old. Entire weight on the back foot, just and wide, and that's good slap, yeah. 69 meters 6. Thank you, MS. We've got the boundary. 209 is done. I don't care about the prediction. Thank you so much. It's okay.
it reminds me of that six he had hit in that game in 2018. I think versus
Siraj.
Bangalore in Bangalore. Yeah, he had hit it to
Siraj.
Siraj.
But that was a full ball, yeah. Right?
No, the one to a full ball I think was of Navdeep Saini. Saini was bowling very well in that game.
I actually felt that it was of, yeah, but okay. Second ball runs in fast, and that's another 6. Is it? Is it? Tell me it is. Yes, it is. Wow. MS Dhoni, is it 2 6s to Mahmood? Look at the ball stand up. Wow, this is something to visit for a homecoming for Chennai.
This is something not I don't think anyone expected.
Wow. And that they're checking for a no ball, second bouncer? I don't think so. Yeah, 1 bounce for the over. Okay. That was high. Yeah, first bounce. Okay. But that is incredible. I don't think I could smile more. Wow. Yeah, Murlikati said this is Roger Federer after winning Wimbledon. Yeah, I mean, you can say whatever now, it doesn't matter. Wow, and Mark Woods played here. Imagine coming back here and then getting hit for 2 6s.
I
So
think
250.
I don't think Wood has played here. For which team? He played
played
one
one
game
game.
for Chennai in 2018, but that was the opener in Mumbai. I don't think he's
No,
played
wait,
at
hold on. So he's played for Chennai. Malab,
Chennai.
played 1 game for Chennai. Next game that he plays versus them is here.
And in that game he was hit for a few runs. I think he went
Yeah.
for 30 odd in 3 overs.
Yeah, I think
Kunal
actually
Pandya
went,
hit it for a good 6.
yes. Wow, 5,000 runs. I told him I wanted him to get there. Good. 5,000 runs as well for him. Great. So every ball is a shot then. Great one. That's not hit though. Yeah, ठीक है. ठीक है यार, job done है.
Job done.
Can't fault him for the intent. 215 भी हो गए आपके, तो ठीक है. We are all happy. Job done, yeah. I think everybody who's come out to Chepak for that, they've got that money's worth from those 3 balls. Especially those who've come at least for MS. But again, this is a poor ball. Maybe just did not hit it well, MS. Very wide.
Yeah.
And again, everything. I mean, Bishnu has taken what, 3 catches so far? 3 wickets for both Bishnu and Mark Wood, and 3 catches for Bishnu. Wow. Talk about one player doing everything.
Mark Wood's my vice captain today.
Oh, क्या बात
But
है?
I'm getting negative for Vishnu also because he's went for
That
over 40.
नहीं negative points का क्या फर्क पड़ता है? 3 wickets is 75 points. That is far more important than -6 or -8.
Yesterday in the first game, I had 6 players from Hyderabad. All 6 of them went below 20 points. All the five players from Rajasthan gave me 500 points. I didn't know what to feel.
But that's a classic fantasy day. That's okay. Wow. So 2 balls. चलो 215 220 के बीच में. That's where I think it will end. But yeah, he should get a goodie for 5 mark का range का ये. It's easier to say 5 mark का range में आना. But yeah, last ball to go. Ambaj had to end it with a 6 here. Yeah, both balls wide, one more closer.
I'm actually more impressed by the second shot. To be honest.
Yes, of course.
Because
I think
the
it
wide
came in.
one, you can still throw your bat and just hope that okay it flies off. But the second one was a good one.
Phew. So last ball coming up. Do you think Chennai will take the score for the wicket?
They'll take it with both hands, and I think the way I see it, I feel it's probably maybe 30 runs more than par. If you accommodate for Chennai's bowling lineup, then
Hello, gentlemen. We're back with you guys. Sorry for the random troubles that we've been facing, but hopefully, audio-wise and video-wise, we're good to go. By the way, 217 for 720 overs. We apologize missing the last flurry of sixes, in particular MS Dhoni. I'm guessing so. Chennai
2 sixes. Bye.
Have their money's worth. They have their money's worth.
मजा आएगा आज तो.
I told this Gokir, I don't think I can smile more. It is the perfect. I mean, I can just imagine how many people they would be feeling like top of the world. Of course, they'll want Chennai to win, but can't ask for more. I mean, Mark Wood, 2 sixes, 2 short balls, great finish. They'll every day take this one.
Can you listen to us better now? Can you see us better now?
Yes, 100%. Just like Lucknow also post 10 overs.
Finally. भाग के गए हम लोग और मैच खरीद के लाए. नहीं चलेगा कुछ और चाहिए, अपग्रेड चाहिए तुरंत.
मैच भी मैक में हो रहा है तो ठीक है.
Match be back over it. Gurkeet, coming to the surface, I mean, you spoke about it earlier. How do they sit at the halfway mark? 217, you think it's 10, 15 above par, or do you think this is par?
Like I was just mentioning this to Nikhil, probably, accounting for that this is still a good batting pitch, would have said that maybe 190 is par. If you're going to account for Chennai's bowling lineup, you're probably going to say maybe 200 is par. This I think is, even by that margin, it's still 17, 18 runs more. So I see a comfortable win for Chennai. I'd be very surprised, despite the batting quality that Lucknow have. I'd be surprised if Chennai win.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm seeing a lot of sevens on the screen, guys. 217 for 7 in terms of the economy of Ravi Vishnoi. 27, 57, 47, 27. These are all the scores. Today is April 3rd. So what is April, the 4th month of the year, 3rd? Maybe it's a lot of sevens. Is it spelling a Chennai win if there isn't?
Because everything. If there is a script.
Avnish right now is overcompensating for the lack of logic in Lucknow's bowling.
पिछले 5 मिनट में जो एकदम बिल्कुल खतरनाक दिमाग भरी बातें हुई हैं.
That is true. I mean, I'm just happy with my own fantasy picks, guys. Especially Nix will be happy to know that I went with Ravi Vishnoi. He got me the 3 wickets. More importantly, the 75 points, which is 150, of course. And yours was, I think I overheard you say that Wood was your vice captain, or was that Gurkeet?
Yeah, Gurkeet was my vice captain.
And who's your captain?
My captain today is KL. But I'm not getting a good feeling.
Bro, do you think KL is fan?
I kept him as a captain. I'll tell you guys why I kept him as a captain. I read the previews. In the previews, it mentioned that KL has a good record at Chepauk. He has a good record at Chennai. And the fact that, I expected Lucknow to do well with the ball and, which allows him to pace his innings better. I thought that he'll probably do well. But now, given the fact that it's a big target, I'm not having a good feeling.
Okay, so coming to you, A, how is KL going to approach this? And B, what are the potential impact subs you will see in this match?
I think if he's not at 8 of 20 balls, or sorry, 20 of 8 balls, or not out by then, he should just retire himself out.
That's a bold call.
He can't just play out the first over scoring 2 runs.
That's a bold call. And to answer my second question,
What was the second?
I was just checking over there. My second question was essentially, I forgot my second question. What was my second question?
Why ये दो छक्कों का कुछ describe करो Nikhil? How did you feel?
See, I mean, that was very visible. I don't think I emote as much as I did in that period of 2 balls, because I just tweeted MS Dhoni sixes are still an event for me. I don't know how many agree to it, but I just feel there is a lot more emotion that comes up, because I think there is always this concept about him hitting a lot of sixes, but he hasn't. He's run well, he's found the gaps, and he's only hit sixes when it's इससे और कुछ नहीं चलेगा. That's when he hits sixes. So which is why I feel his sixes are always an event. And we were discussing the hit that he hit of Siraj as well in Bangalore. And we were even describing कैसे the first 6 was still hittable, but the second was actually a very good shot, because he pulled it. It was closer to his body. And yeah, 12 of 2, you're going to sleep well. I will sleep well. I don't know about that.
No, 100%. I mean, it's total value for money. I think given the 6 that he hit in the first game at the Ahmedabad Stadium, people are going mad on Twitter, and understandably so. It begs the question, silly question, but still, I just want to get it from you guys. How long will this man continue to ply his trade with Chennai Super King?
2028, at least.
Really?
Of course, I mean, look at him.
Okay.
2028, now, if you go and ask him, he'll say, am I not fit?
I mean, we had Grabs on the CDC panel last year, and he said MS Dhoni is the Dumbledore. He was given the Harry Potter reference. Gurkirat, how long will Dhoni continue? Because if Chennai actually go on to do the unthinkable right now and win the IPL this year, it'll maybe make him think to do it once again, or do you think, how is he playing in his head?
Sorry, before he answers, I've written an entire article why MS is actually like Albus Dumbledore. I'll share with you guys later.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Why MS is actually a very apt reference to Albus Dumbledore.
No, as a Potterhead, I can understand and I can relate. I'm not sure if he'll continue, he'll not continue. Don't know. It's because all of us felt that maybe 2020 will be the last season, then 2021, 2022. So don't know. Difficult to say. It's not something that I want to bet on right now.
Yeah, I don't think he'll play more seasons. If they win this one, he's done, I feel.
Okay. Let us know in the comments below as well what you guys think in terms of MS Dhoni and how long he'll play, because right now I'm sure he's just making all the trends on Twitter. I just respect going on a comment saying Pooran will smash it, we'll get out to play. I mean, look at that Lucknow batting lineup. It is intimidating. If you pick one of those teams to get to 217, 218, which they need tonight, you'll probably pick Lucknow. Next, Gurkirat, I'll see you guys in a bit, because you'll be joining us back again in the 7th over of the second innings. So till then, it's a goodbye, but we'll see you guys shortly. Right, Gurkirat, the Knicks being absolute champions for taking over the CDC studio, because we are cursed. We're cursed. It's honestly running from pillar to post to sort out a few issues which weren't prevalent in the WPL, but we apologize so far. It's been a hiccupy start to this year's tournament, but we'll find our feet eventually. So always on the mid-innings break in the watch-along so far this season, we discussed top 5s. So this time, given the fact that it's back to Chepok, I want you to tell me your top 5 Chennai moments or CSK moments, be it anything. I know they won 4 titles, but I want you to think outside the box, and maybe you and me and the people in the comments can break it down. Top 5 CSK moments.
One of them has to be Dhoni taking on Irfan Pathan in that.
I agree with you. I fully agree with you. Because that was a crucial game.
Yeah, they had must-win game.
Correct. And that was a Dharamshala.
That was Dharamshala.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are a lot of MS moments somehow there.
There is.
Yeah, Watson century in 2018. Wow.
Yeah, Watson century.
What a game that was. What a win that was. Coming back after missing out on 2 seasons.
Correct.
Then
Rena's 87 of 25 balls.
87. Yeah, I mean, though they lost it, but yeah, I mean,
one of the highlights.
Can say that, but I mean, it's more of an individual thing and not a team thing, because as a team, it was not a very high point for them to lose out.
The one Chennai game which sticks out of my head, and sorry Mumbai fans, but when they came back in that year 2018, that Bravo and Kedar Jadhav.
What a game that was. That actually got the season going for them.
Correct.
So to speak.
Have they enjoyed any famous hat tricks or famous record-breaking moments?
I personally love that Corey Anderson versus Dhoni as well.
That was as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that, and of course when they lost up by 1 run.
That was Umesh Yadav he took apart, right?
Yeah. So lots of
Dhoni moments.
Top Chennai moments, Dhoni moments. And
what about the Albi Mokuli?
Yeah, I was going to mention that in terms of how he clobbered Virat in that 2010 tournament.
But I think winning back-to-back in 2010 and 2011 was superb.
Correct. I mean, just on that note, since you brought it up, 2010, 2011, everyone would say that's CSK peak, right? If you go back in time and we had a computer game maybe, if you put that team against a 2020 Mumbai Indians
team, yeah.
Would that be a tight affair? Or do you think Chennai would... I mean, they had names who on paper would be like, yeah, what are we going to expect from this guy? But those guys would just turn out to be match winners for them. Like people like Badrinath and people like
I think 2011 Chennai was stronger.
Yeah.
In my opinion. I think 2011 they had Mike Hussey as well.
Correct.
If I'm not wrong.
And the fact that they were on the verge of doing a treble.
Yeah.
2010, 11 and 12.
Just lost the final. I mean,
yeah. Thanks to
and 2013 as well they played the final.
Yeah.
And 2014 lost one of the semis. I mean.
And 2015 final. I mean, the fact that they made playoffs every year that they've been part of the tournament, it defies consistency. Except two.
Which happened like pretty late.
Correct.
And them missing out in 2016-17 would have been really heartbreaking for the Chennai fans, of course.
Yep. I mean, obviously, they have their own personal rivalry with Mumbai, so that's why they'll probably want to win this year even more, given the fact that MS Dhoni might play his last year of IPL cricket, dare I say. But yeah, top 5 moments, keep them coming through in the comments.
Yeah, I mean, you guys just let us know if you're missing out on something, because you'll definitely be missing out.
No, 100%.
I think Akash Subramaniam is in the ground. If he would have been here watching us, maybe he'll just think about a couple of obscure moments that we would have.
He would have named, I'm guessing, Hayden's mongoose bat, Murli Vijay's, I think, 128 against RR. There's so many special moments from a Chennai perspective. But look, at the end of the day, 4-time champions, will it be 5? Let us know in the comments. Right, the guys are coming out to defend their 218 right now. It comes back to KL Rahul and how he's going about his business. Everyone was, of course, going to be focusing on players like Rahul and Rohit after the last World Cup. So it's about time he delivers.
Yeah, I mean, he has to.
Yeah.
They're a pretty strong unit.
Correct.
They won the first game, so confidence to hai.
Yeah.
Big targets. The point is, KL Rahul plays well when he's very clear in his head. And given a target like this, one cannot be not clear in their head.
Correct.
If you're chasing 160, 170, you'd be like, oh, shall I just start a bit cautious? I mean, there is no reason. I mean, I was, of course, making a joke that he cannot just play out the first over. But even if he does, I mean, he can't just play the power play out.
I agree with you. But is it always also been the case that his partner invariably, whether it's for India or Punjab at the time, now Lucknow, has always been intent merchants? Quinton de Kock, Kyle Mayers, of course, earlier in this tournament, Rohit Sharma, who's reinvented himself into an intent merchant.
If you're chasing 220, you need intent merchant from both ends.
Exactly.
Only one intent merchant will do it.
I don't know whether Rahul sees it the same way, which is really disappointing, because even in one of the Punjab, the Lucknow previews that one of the boys had written, they were asking one question, which was whether KL Rahul can repeat his 2018 heroics. And when I say that 2018 IPL season, dude, he was hitting 50s in 14, 16, 20 balls. It was just a joke. Stat attack time, guys. And it says, in the IPL, only twice a target of 200 plus has been chased. The highest being 206 by CSK against RCB in 2012. I remember that one. I thought for a second, You remember that game, Chennai versus Kolkata 2018, where Sam Billings won a game for them? Do you remember that game?
Not really.
It was the opening game, I think, and the lads will remember it because he took apart Andre Russell. Dhoni was...
Oh,
you remember
one
that
second.
game?
I think Chennai won that game.
Yeah, Chennai won
Yeah, of course. That was the only...
Or they batted first?
Kolkata batted first.
Huh.
And then Chennai chased it.
Was it 200 plus?
It was definitely 180 plus.
Okay, yeah, that's what. So I just want to check that. Stats man, Ani, if you can come in and just confirm that game, because also it makes you curious to find out who the other instance was.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's the only game that Chennai played in Chennai that season.
Correct. Before they went to Pune?
Yeah.
Yeah, before they went to Pune, and there was that whole CSK Express, literally a train from Chennai to Pune. I mean, their fans are crazy, absolutely crazy. So I don't know why so... Is it just me, or do we think that these breaks between innings...
It just goes on and on. I mean, 20-over game, get on with it.
But is it a part of the rules? I mean, the BCCI has rules, the ICC mandates that you have only just 15 overs.
As much as people can crib about these games like going on and on, the broadcasters have nothing to lose. They have everything to gain by games being longer. So, I mean, if they are not the ones pushing the my bops, no one else will, and they don't care what Harsha feels or what we feel. My game is going on and on. I mean, for them, it's like jitna lamba chalega, utna ads chalenge. So let it be. Let go for 5 hours. Triple super over hone do. Doesn't matter.
See, essentially, right, in a normal T20, when T20 was invented, the cutoff mark, or rather the stipulated time to literally bowl one innings was 1 hour 20 minutes, based on the logic of 6 minutes per over. That 1 hour 20 minutes should literally be 8:50, max 9 o'clock. We're starting the second innings at 9:40, which generally also suggests that teams are bowling their over slower nowadays. And I don't know. I mean, think about kids who are watching these games. Obviously, it might be summer vacations and all that. But, I mean, it delays everyone's life a lot more. It's just shocking, honestly.
10 past 9:30 and the second innings about to begin. So we were already into 2 hours, 10 minutes into the game, and we just have seen one innings.
And I think there was just once before where the IPL was...
they just 1-3 against KKR, the game in which Drainer scored 80 or 36.
Yeah, so that was the other game.
Absolutely.
That was the other game. It's good to know that.
Impact sub.
Memory serves me right. Yeah, speaking of the impact sub, that was my second question. Now that you reminded me, that I wanted to ask you then. Who the impact subs that you foresee happening? Oh, already? Is it the same?
I mean, mid innings mein kar lo, bhai. Pehli ball pe karke
but they did this last time against GT also, because he bowled the second over. Deepak Chahar bowled the first, but they were adamant to make the substitution.
But I mean, why can't it be like football when you just make subs during the half time?
I fully agree.
Okay. अभी इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा है सही से, तो टीवी नहीं चल रही है.
The TV is gone for a toss.
And like I said, we are cursed.
We are absolutely cursed with these watchalongs. I don't know what it is. I'm just trying to figure it out. And
impact sub. Basanti move is on.
And who is it? Is it literally the same?
Deshpande, yes.
Is it the same as?
He came in for Ambadi Naidu, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, correct. So basically, what they did the last time out as well, he just come out to bowl.
Deshpande getting one more game.
Yeah, I mean, they did use Simarjit Singh last year, and he was available.
I'm sure Simarjit is injured because there is no reason for him to not play.
True, and it makes me think about the point that you just made, right? Why do teams have to make it right now when they can hold their cards closer to their chest? Like, say if Deepak Chahar gets some wickets right now, maybe you can even try this Subhranshu Senapati types, right?
My point is, make them during the innings break. Why do you have to do it when players are out playing? Just so that umpire can do this. ठीक है भाई, मिड इनिंग में करके अनाउंस कर दो भाई कि कर दिया है.
Yeah.
Declaration भी तो होता है ना ओवर में.
Right. And make it in the mid innings, absolutely right, and just feature it on the big screen.
Yeah.
Before, like, the camera.
Or maybe even record the umpire doing this during the mid innings break.
Yeah. I mean, for starters, I think that sign is the silliest sign cricket's invented. I mean, cricket's generally invented some ridiculous signs. We talk about wide, we talk about free hit, we talk about what are the other signs? Saying hi to someone down the road when it's actually
in I clearly remember the first few IPL and Champions League games used to take 3 hours, 15 minutes at max.
Yeah.
Nowadays it's a drag. Yeah, I totally agree. if it finishes in 4 hours, we feel कि भाई time पे खत्म हुआ.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the expectation itself is that the 7:30 game will end at 11:30.
I mean, it was chaotic. We'll keep the comments coming through right now because at the end of the day, we haven't really been doing that so far in this watch along. We apologize because of all the chaotic
Chance
problems.
saying Josh Butler already said to make the game faster. Others should also come and say that game should be wrapped in 2.5, 3 hours.
But
Yeah.
who takes the initiative? Will it be the players themselves
No,
are
I mean,
initially getting
it has to
frustrated?
be. See.
Oh!
Ball.
Here we go. 1 bounce, 4 is it? Not 4 at all.
3.
3. 2 shocking running there.
2.
Absolutely shocking running. So LSG up and away. Yeah.
I mean, they have to have rules like those in the international cricket that if you're not bowling your overs in time, then you have to lose out on fielders outside the 30 yards.
Yeah.
That rule has to come in instead of these silly impacts up and reviewing wide no balls. But the point is there is no incentive.
There isn't.
There is incentive for everyone involved to drag these games as much as possible.
But hasn't that 100 rule been incorporated into the IPL where you have to bowl your overs at a certain
They say they do, but then what they do is just they fine 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, and everyone is like, "ठीक है ना यार, पैसे भी मेरी franchise pay कर देगी. I don't need to clear the burden."
I mean, it's a valid point he makes. As funny as it sounds, oh, that's beautiful to watch. KL fans, buckle in. It might be a really interesting night for you, lads. We'll be here to cover it all. I'll keep the comments coming through right
no
now.
reason for him to retire out because he is starting with intent. And it just makes us think that भाई ऐसे खेल सकते हो तो क्यों नहीं खेलते हमेशा?
Sure. I mean, we keep mentioning it every time he's a little bit on fire. We keep saying that he's like a sky. But let's see. What's your prediction today? Like Sandeep Ramesh asks.
I would say a 70 of 35 balls.
A 70 of 35. That's pretty optimistic for a KL detractor. I should say that politely to Som. Sandeep, good question though. I would like to see a KL 100. I say that because he actually loves Chennai Super Kings in terms of batting against them. We did the fantasy preview where I mentioned his last 4 or 5 scores he's accumulated against these guys. And that is 70, 98, 43. So he always gets those big runs. So keep an eye on KL, who also is my fantasy captain in the other team. Bishnoi was my captain I went with eventually.
You want to read this out?
Do so.
In the IPL, KL has scored a strike rate of 147 against CSK in first 6 overs, which is highest against a team. I think there are a few reasons for this.
Because he's always been chasing big scores.
And that can be one. I think this number has been... what is the correct word? Inflated because of that one knock he played. Was it the end of 2021 season?
Yeah, for Punjab.
For Punjab, yeah. The last game of the 2021 season.
Yeah.
The last league game. So, yeah, that is definitely there.
That was like...
And for KL Rahul, the lens that Deepak Chahar bowls is really something that he feasts on. Because, see, Deepak Chahar's main weapon is swing.
Yeah.
And for swing, he has to pitch it up, which is where KL Rahul just loves it. And he's sort of a player who's not very bothered with swing. Yeah.
I just generally feel that KL Rahul, every time he's gone into this situational mold, it's kind of bit him in the backside. But if he kind of expresses himself, who knows? It might be a change in fortune in terms of his off-late performances with the Indian lens and all of that stuff. And look, keep your comments coming through in terms of KL Rahul's predictions.
Let's see who bowls this over. I want Moeen Ali to bowl this over.
Interesting goal. Is my Mayor's on strike?
Even if he isn't.
No, I think KL's on strike.
Yeah, with KL on strike, maybe if it can be a double-edged sword, but let's see.
Yeah, because I'm thinking they didn't give a single over to Moeen Ali in the last match.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, he's going to be bowling this one. Do you think Ben Stokes will also bowl?
If KL is on strike, maybe they can try Santner. Just because KL is on strike.
Yeah.
Because he's decent against lefties as well, so not a lot to use.
Or Jaddu.
Jaddu is not a power play bowler, in my opinion. He's bold to a field bowler.
Yeah, I feel at times the way Chennai can really put more pressure is by just probably spin throughout that middle over space. But there's still 5 overs from that. I was going to mention Stokes. I think I did for a fraction of a second. And interesting.
What are we seeing here?
Is Dhoni bigger than the ECB? That's the question tonight that we're asking on the CDC Watchalong.
And I mean, we've been hearing so many news and everything has been fake.
Fake. Cameron Green is not going to bowl.
Yeah, Ben Stokes is not going to bowl. People said Dhoni has a niggle. Stephen Fleming said in the press conference that I don't know who spread that news. Dhoni was always playing. And even the dodgy knee, there is no dodgy knee. He said it was just cramps.
Wow. But right now, also, he was just changing.
Who's planting these fake news? I don't know.
Certainly not cricket.com, because everything we write, you can believe us. These watch-alongs also make you think about all these little calls happening within these squads. Stokes bowling was never something I foreseed straight away. But look, I mean, that's what CSK are going with. Look, they're showing an IPL archive, and
this is that game.
so was mentioning that.
Last game.
98 of 42. That's ridiculous. I remember this. I think it was COVID times, this, right?
Yeah.
And it was quite ridiculous. I mean, KL.
Played this knock when Orange Cap was not in contention.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy how he also moved away from the Punjab franchise and how teams can. I think you were mentioning that before the tournament started, if Shubman Gill could be the next RCB captain.
Yeah, I mean, so it is just my theory that there will come a point where Bangalore and Punjab will need a new captain.
And that fight will be Gilly.
Yeah, and of course, it's pretty clear that Shubman Gill is the next face of Indian cricket. So, and everyone, the powers to be, will want him to captain a franchise. Oh, shot.
Ooh, wow. Ooh, wow. I mean, we were talking about, you brought up that fun fact of Mumbai's top 3 being some 50 crores or something, right? If they redo the auction right now, today, for example, how much will Gill go for? 20? 17? 18 minimum?
Yeah, somewhere between 16 to 18, and it would be worth it.
Yeah, it would be more worth it for sure. You get age, you get him to be an opener, you get captaincy.
You get brand value.
You get brand value. You get, everything.
I mean, I know brand. I mean, being an armchair analyst, I should not call brand value as a factor, but it is what it is.
Oh, One second.
Kyle Mayers is just taking Stokes apart.
Yeah, I was going to actually word it differently. I was going to say Kyle Mayers is giving Ben Stokes a taste of his own medicine, but what has Stokes done in T20s off late? Wait, 1 second. He won the World Cup in the most un-Stokesy-like fashion. I mean, it begs that question again, right? Is Stokes honestly the GOAT?
There is nothing un-Stokesy. He can do everything.
He can do everything. Black arms in terms of that arm skins that they wear, black shoes that he's wearing. And he's not happy with Stokesy. But look, he's known Ben Stokes quite a bit, MS, with that RPSG affiliation.
Not good
lens as well. And Mayers is feasting on this. But dude, do you think now Gambhir has told Mayers, be like, it's fine. Just go for it.
Bolne ki zarurat nahi hai, bhai. It's like you're chasing 280.
No, but you have to say it, right? Because KL is going to do his own shit.
See, not really. I mean, he's tried to take on Deepak Chahar. See, in this over, he doesn't. It's already done. It's already taken care of.
True.
See, maybe when Dhoni tries Moeen Ali to counter Kyle Mayers, if he does, that's when the expectation from KL Rahul would be to just take him apart.
24 for Nan, 1.5, 17 of the Stokesy over, and it'll be 18. It'll be fun after the game because Stokes will discuss with Mark Wood. How was your first over, mate, this evening? Oh, I conceded 19. Oh, I conceded 18. Oh, that's all have a laugh. But yeah, that's how it's turning out to be. Guys, I just want to ask you guys in the comments as well, how far do you think Chennai can go in this year's competition? Because we all had our predictions. Lots of Chennai backing in the office here in cricket.com. What do you boys think? What do you girls think as well? Let us know in the comments below because we have a lot of Chennai support, even in the comments as well. I can remember Mansi, from the top of my head, being a Chennai fan. There are a few others as well. So comments most appreciated. We're getting Gurkirat and Nix back in the 7th over, I should say. And more from JB Alter, Saurabh throughout the watch-alongs. We'll pick and choose wisely which games and we'll alert you all. So you'll be happy with that. Deepak Chahar to resume to Kyle Mayers and leading edge.
Oh.
No man's land. No man's land. I mean, I'm just thinking about it now from an LSG perspective. Do they go to match Chennai's power play score? Chennai were 75 for none.
Do they have a bash boost point?
No, I mean, I'm just asking you, channelize your inner batter. You're breaking down smaller targets in your head of course. So 6 overs, where would you want to be?
80, even if 2 wickets are gone, at least 80.
Would you take 65 for 1?
No.
60, you're saying 65 for 1 is less?
Yeah, of course, because it's natural that teams will slow down after the power play. So why not just maximize that?
Okay.
Have that 10 run room in the power play itself.
Because required run rate from the offset was close to 11. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense what Som's saying because you need that little cushion of runs, and Kyle Mayers has given them that cushion of runs. Again, another question which is being begs to asked now to Som. Quinton de Kock's watching this saying, "Oh my god, what's happening?"
I think the player who should be a little worried is maybe Marcus Stoinis.
Oh yeah.
Because if Kyle Mayers is adding value with the ball as well, at this point of time, maybe Marcus Stoinis might be a little worried. But the only concern here would be then if Quinton de Kock comes back in opening, Kyle Mayers would be out of place.
Yeah,
and he has to bat at 3. Maybe they can do what they did with Evan Lewis.
But it was not really. But I'm just going to say that they're not really willing to take the chance again, right? Because
let's see.
Kyle Mayers, I mean, it's interesting.
See, with Lucknow, it's like it's about having too many options.
Yeah.
And how they best use those options is going to decide their fate.
I agree with you.
They don't have lack of resources like Mumbai and Kolkata.
Not a chance. Like right now, also they can be really flexible with their batting because they're chasing in excess of 210. So, would you take a page out of the CSK book with what they did with Dubey and bring in Krunal Pandya next, just to get on with it? Or would you stick with what Huda? I'm guessing, or will it be? I mean, situational based wide ball.
Yeah, they batted Krunal at 5.
5, is it?
Yeah, 4.
Oh, Gurkirat's in. Oh, super. Get Gurkirat on. Gurkirat is back with us as well. I think he's taking a little dinner break.
So, I think Huda was 3.
Huda was 3.
No, Krunal came at 4. He came at 4 in the last.
Oh, yeah.
And Huda was 3, and then there was Stoinis and Pooran.
Yeah. I came back earlier because my dinner's not ready, so I just told the team, like, you can add me. I'm anyway watching the game. I might as well add some value here.
And what is for dinner, Gurkirat? Because every time you come on, you'll tell us your dinner. So what is it today on a Monday night?
Dal and bindi.
Dal and bindi.
Nice.
I hope you enjoy that as much as Kyle Mayers is enjoying this garbage from Chennai right now. I say that politely because, look, even LHC's bowlers went for a tap in the first 6 overs. Gurkirat, I was just asking, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask him the same question, Gurkirat. Do you think more than Quinton de Kock, it would be Marcus Stoinis would be worried that Kyle Mayers is scoring all these runs and bowling with a new ball as well? So, on paper, adding more value than he is right now?
I don't think they'll tinker with Marcus Stoinis because last season one of the things that they didn't do correctly was not get the positions right of their overseas players because Evan Lewis was coming in at number 6 in one of the games. So I think they'll probably wait and if Quinton comes back they'll probably keep him out and keep Myers batting in the batting as an opener and they'll keep Stoinis because they essentially need a batter who's good against pace at 5 or 6, right? And
short boy.
Yeah.
Short. And I think with, Stokes or Myers are not really going to bat at number 5 or number 6, so might as well keep Stoinis. At least I would have done that. But yeah, very difficult to now displace Myers.
But would you add Quinton de Kock directly with after what Myers has been doing for the past 2 games?
No, that's what I'm saying. I won't add Quinton right now because I don't have an issue of keeping options. If Pooran is not able to keep, there's Rahul as well. So not really. A lot depends upon where they are playing. If they are playing because they're at their home venue, the ball's going to turn and grip a little bit. On those pitches, I don't really see the difference between a Quinton and Myers that much. Probably if you're playing in Mumbai or maybe Chinnaswamy, maybe you can bring in Quinton in on those pitches, but not so sure if it's going to add too much of value or create a lot of difference on slow pitches where the ball's going to turn.
SV going on to say in 2021 we saw power play when scoring was easy in Chepauk. Once ball was old, runs would slow down a lot. Absolutely. SP, if you're new, subscribe and tell a friend about cricket.com. The score's 38 for none, by the way. Don't be fooled by a late ticker. If you can just change that 38 for none after 3, I'll take it off and put the normal branding back on. All you people watching, do subscribe and tell a friend. 3 overs gone. How do you approach this right now? Oh, here we go. The impact sub. The impact sub. Can he actually make an impact this time around? So last time it was like...
Let's see. But again, one of those moves which I don't really understand, but let's see.
Okay, Tushar Deshpande to KL Rahul straight up.
Oh, bhai.
Oh, bhai. Nearly had an egg on Som's face.
El Balaji
You know what?
vibes.
When
El Balaji.
when Sumesh asked, or maybe when Abnish asked Sumesh that, maybe Mahesh being given the license, being told to go for it. I don't think you need to tell Mahesh that. It's probably KL Rahul who needs to be told that, okay, go for it.
Yeah, I agree with you fully. I just want to ask you, Gurkirat. So mentioned a little while ago that Santner could be an option. How would you persist with that option, and when would you persist with that option?
See, if this over, if runs come off in this over as well, say if Lucknow are 50 for no loss at the end of the 4th over mark, and Rahul at strike, I can probably give the ball to Santner. If Myers is at strike, I can look to take a risk with Moeen. But yeah, it's important that Lucknow are not 70 for no loss at the end of the power play. You need a wicket or 2 at least, so can take that punt because there are enough runs.
Now LSG of course feature.
Pacers are not troubling these two. If this over also goes for runs, then time to bring in some spinner.
No, I agree with you. Now, both of you all, of course, had LSG in your top 4 predictions, if I recall correctly. Why is that? They, of course, won big against Delhi, 50 runs, and now they're kind of looking all right to chase down 218. Is it just part of the grander script, or is it just because they have the balance?
Just about the resources that they have. Overall, I mean, this team made top 4 last season as well, so they've almost solved the puzzle. Only think they have the resources.
They only went out, to be fair, thanks to Rajapati Rao blinder.
Yeah, that's true. The point is, they have the resources.
Yes.
B, they've already chased some sort of success in their first season.
Correct.
3, now with the experience under the belt, they all they need to do is figure out how to use the resources better. And 4 is definitely Pooran is just added on to their strengths.
I mean, Pooran was an excellent signing. I know they lost Holder, but Gurkira generally, I mean, I know you've been also kind of having high praise, not rightly so. Do you think they can be one of those teams who can actually lay down the gauntlet this year? The fact that they've already got an emphatic win under their belt, looking good all right tonight. Things are looking good, right?
I think the biggest opposition for this team is their think tank itself.
Oh, dude! I mean, this is inexplicable.
Sorry,
no balling, no balls. Yeah.
Gus.
So for me, that's the biggest opposition for this team because you look at their number of options. They had 9 bowling options today. So there is no dearth of options. There is no dearth of quality. I was surprised. I was surprised. I did feel that maybe they can take a punt on Mishra today, given they were playing in Chennai, but they did.
Yeah.
So there are no dearth of options for this team, right? In fact, this is one team, given the number of all-rounders that they have, that they really don't even need to use the impact player. So this team, I see them pretty much like Delhi in 2021. If you play your cards right, very little chance of you losing unless someone plays a blinder. So that's what I think about Lucknow, and they still don't have someone like Mohsin in the ranks. He will come in at some point of time. Hopefully, he makes the team stronger. So a lot of things that and they have Romario Shepherd as well, who's also another player who can look to replace Stoinis because he's actually becoming more of a batting all rounder than bowling all rounder these days. No dearth of options. It's another.
It's another no ball, and that is absolutely woeful. I mean, just mentioned it right now. I mean, he's done it again. When will these guys learn? I mean, it's criminal in cricket. We can sit here in our studios and say this, but I understand.
And they collectively bowled a lot of no balls in the last game as well.
So another free hit, 44 for none, 3.3. Let's see where Mears goes this time. It's a wide shot. It is. I mean,
Okay.
Tushar
Giving Siraj now for the longest over in IPL history.
I mean, ridiculous. Yeah. And a producer is also doing a very good job. A shout out to them. So can manage to at least goddamn look at me in time when I'm trying to get their attention. So let's, of course, tell you about more things going forward in this game. 45 and none, 3.3.
I have a feeling Moeen's going to bowl the next over.
I mean, Moeen you say, which is a good shout, but Pranav Anand just supported his decision with stats, saying Santner. Oh, Kyle Mayers. It's 4 more. I'll tell you what, Gautam Gambhir must be loving this at the sidelines. And KL Rahul too, because KL Rahul knows that he can play one of those timid knocks and get away with it. So
he can't. They're hitting 218 by 160 nahi hai. He has to hit as well at some point of time.
But with Mayers doing all the heavy lifting, he's like, it's fine.
I think this target requires heavy lifting from both ends.
Okay, makes sense.
There might come a point where they get like 6 to 7 runs per over, 12-13.
If Moeen comes on to bowl the next over, then KL has to take the onus of attacking Moeen.
Yeah.
Wide.
Another wide. As if the game is not.
I was saying that. Sorry, Sumesh. Sorry.
No, I'm saying as if the game is not dragging on by itself. The Tushar Deshpande just helping the broadcasters cause.
Yeah.
It should be a no ball.
No. It's a no ball if the ball lands before the popping crease. It landed after, so that's why it's fine. But yeah, at this point of time, Tushar should really consider coming around the wicket. Probably the angle would just make sure that the ball lands within the stumps.
But I think that the plan is to bowl a wide Yorker. That's the attempt here.
Also, by the way, just quickly, true or false, guys? This is the fastest 50 in this competition.
See, the plan's been given away. Like the entire over, he's been trying to go wide. So there was no element of surprise even when he got it right. Myers was waiting to just move across the crease.
तो तुषार देशपांडे खुद भी सोच रहा होगा कि भाई ओवर.
No, I'm just trying to think, has Dhoni got a shittier attack in his IPL history than this?
All of a sudden, this looks shittier than last year for some reason.
Yeah, right.
But then who's to be blamed for it? Because you ask the owners at the auction, they just say we'll go by what Dhoni says. So, I mean, if that is true, then the blame for this should also fall on Dhoni's shoulder, I believe. Because that is what is said by the owners, by Kashi Viswanathan, that Thala will take care of everything. Then maybe, I still don't know why Simarjeet Singh is not there, because last season he was doing well in the power play at least.
True that.
I mean, they're having a split screen. I don't know if you're seeing the same thing in the English broadcast, but the Hindi one, they're having a split screen between the 20.
Hindi guys can be as cheeky as they want. They can do anything.
2012.
First time we see a little smirk on
Gambhir's face.
What can be called a smile, at least. Gambhir ke liye utni smile bhi bahut badi baat.
Yeah, Gambhir is not so Gambhir anymore. 56 for none. Why wouldn't he be 3.5? I was going to ask you guys, is this the fastest so far in the competition? We've seen some few fast with Butler and
Butler
and Jaiswal, Kohli, Faf.
Three contenders.
The other contender was maybe CSK themselves earlier tonight. I don't know how fast they got up their 50s. But yeah, it's quite crazy. 56 for none, 4 overs gone. They're going at 14s here, LSG. And they've used all the options as possible, Chennai, in terms at least the pacers that they have. Stokes,
they have Hunger Gaker as well.
They have Hunger Gaker, and they have, what should have honestly impact substitute Wayne Pretorius for some Conway.
No, they're playing, can't do that.
Oh, you can't?
They have 4 overs.
Yeah, you can't do that, which is unfortunate. Dhoni's not even communicating with him like he used earlier with Ben bowlers going to runs. Looks like he's also given up focus bowlers. Or it might be the cramps plaguing him again, running up and down the pitch. I mean, I don't know what you guys think. It also makes us ask you this question from SV saying, Somesh, I don't think broadcasters want games to go late because even if they lose many viewers after 11, long term this will kill interest and hurt the product.
But I don't think anybody in cricket is thinking about the long term, because
it's all short-term games.
Everything is
short-term games.
I mean, every cricket body in this world is just thinking about how we can milk this cow right now. There is absolutely no plan of how to take this game forward, in my opinion.
And I think, Gurkirat, eventually 2029, 2030, I think hopefully three of us will be here in better conditions, I hope.
Yeah.
Will it be a 6-month IPL? Is that the larger ballpark figure plan?
That would actually be a plan, but for them, they'll have to kill ODIs, which I don't think anyone wants to. Everyone wants to play everything, all format, all now. T10 bhi hello, Hong Kong Super 6 bhi hello. Some kilo.
I'm not sure if it would be a 6-month tournament or not, but what I definitely do see happening is that they're becoming a league which, and there will be a relegation system. I do see the SM80 converting into like how there is a bottom a feeder tournament to the Premier League, like the bottom 3 teams get relegated, and I'm not able to remember the name of the tournament from where the 3 teams come in. I do see something like that happening for sure, because there are a lot of number of cricketers. There's a lot of interest and craze for cricket. So that thing could actually work wonders in terms of getting more talent, and not just from India but from across the world. So if that happens, I don't see, because 6-month tournament you already play home and away. How many more games can you add? So you'd rather, in my view, if you want to go down that route, might as well have a relegation system and have a feeder tournament for the league.
But I mean,
at this point of time, I see a lot of difference in terms of quality between teams at the SM80 level. Like, there are only 7, 8 or maximum 10 powerhouses between which the competition really exists. This is something that I really want in Indian cricket, that you need to reduce, Ranji, Vijay Hazare or Saeed Mushtaq Ali from 38 to maybe 20 teams, because 38 teams ensure that the quality gets spread, and then there is not enough. Then there is not enough tight games sometimes, and you might have games even when there is not a lot of quality. So you need teams with far more quality than being quality cricketers being dispersed into 38 teams.
Yeah, let's see how it all really goes forward.
For all practical purposes, it becomes very difficult to actually think at the moment that there will be relegation system, because if you apply the relegation system now, Mumbai and Chennai would not be playing this tournament, and I don't know. I mean, the point is, I've never seen cricket bodies actually think about the future of the sport. So I don't know.
Classic example of that is, okay, so today is Myers Day. He was clearly beaten over here.
I mean, today is Myers Day, but even last time out was Myers Day because he got that drop catch and then he went on to score 73. I mean, it's a good comment to take right now from Nani Code 4, who goes on to say, did anyone anticipate Kyle Mayers to play like Chris Gale? Because honestly, guys, it's been great to see this Caribbean burst as we're seeing right now. And it is the joint equal 50s, equal 4. The same that all are against SRH. So, what is the plan to Mayers, guys? Because 47 of 19. So, if you're Dhoni right now, is it Moeen Ali the obvious option?
I mean, it was obvious option like 3 overs ago. Probably it was the obvious option in the second over. Correct. I know KL Rahul was on strike, but the point is,
isn't it strange that
if you want to use that matchup, use it when the player is not in. Now he's in.
Isn't it strange that Chennai Super Kings have kind of taken their while to figure that out, similar to LSG, who took so much time to give Ravi Bishnoi the ball, 9 overs.
I don't know. Those two things are not comparable. Maybe what Chennai have done is taken a leaf out of Lucknow's book, and what they did with Gotham, they don't want to do with Moeen Ali.
Okay.
Plus, Moeen Ali did not bowl in the last game as well, so maybe is there a niggle that we don't know?
No, I think.
See, if he doesn't bowl 6 over, then definitely there is a niggle.
KL Rahul's pull this away and he'll get 4 more. So, I mean, it's the power play that the boys wanted. Around 75, 80, 70 to none after 5. And that is pleasing the LSG supporters. Guys, I mean, KL Rahul's loving this because he's 80
just want to mention that the required rate is now below 10. In a chase where the required rate at the beginning was 10.9, the required rate now is 9.66. That's a huge drop off. That's a massive drop off. So, see, I think why they didn't really go for.
Sorry, but now they can pretty much do what Chennai did with their batting lineup, right? Like be flexible, throw in a Krunal Pandya if they want to, or maybe.
Being flexible shouldn't be something which should be, which should be surprising. Like good think tanks in T20s will always be flexible, and that should be the way to go.
Yeah.
Coming to why probably Chennai did not throw the ball to Moeen is probably they thought that given the target that is there, and given the high risk batting that will happen anyway, maybe it is fair to stick with bowlers who are accurate and can do the job. I don't think that someone would have imagined Tushar Deshpande to struggle the way that he was doing. So probably the plan was maybe if Deshpande, Stokes and Chahar could just bowl straight.
One second. This will make Dhoni absolutely livid and it gives Kyle Myers, beg your pardon, his second 50. Dhoni shakes his head absolutely in disdain. 78 for no loss and the culprit there.
You probably had a slip of tongue over there, but we actually should call KL Rahul as KL Myers the day he hits a 20 ball 50.
KL Myers. But yeah, essentially 21 ball 50. Wow.
So what I was saying was that too sloppy. So that's what I'm saying. That maybe what Dhoni was relying on, that Myers will play a lot of high risk strokes and therein would come a chance. And there was an odd chance or two, and that didn't really go to hand. So it is what it is. And now
I was just going to ask you guys. I mean, we just saw MS Dhoni just give the most scariest, disapproval, nod of disapproval. I can't think of fewer men who actually invoke those feelings.
ये तो पक्का है भाई, ये जो नए लड़के होते होंगे इनकी प्रवृत्ति तो होगी। ये गुस्से में आ गया।
I remember a game in 2019. In 2019, it was versus Punjab and Chennai. It was an afternoon game at Chepauk. KL and Sarfaraz were batting together. It was a chase. Punjab lost that game despite being well in control for a long amount of time, but the acceleration never came. And in the end overs, Chahar had to bowl one of the last overs, and he was getting his lines and lengths very, very wrong. And MS walked up to him. He was just giving him a lecture, and you could see it on the screen that he was livid. He was just livid. He was just telling him, like, I'm not sure what he exactly told him, but a lot of it looked like तुझे जो बोला है तो वो कर, दिमाग मत use कर. And Chahar was just listening to him with his head down, like how sometimes the.
I remember this. I do recall this.
Yeah. You're coming to a fresher in an engineering college की जो बोला है वो कर, मतलब अगर क्लास बंक करनी है तो करनी है, end of story, कोई सवाल जवाब नहीं. It was just like that, and Chahar just kept his head. He was listening to him.
79 for none and 85 for 1 after 6 overs was the RR SRH score. Are we going to be seeing already?
Let's see.
Oh, here we go. 6 is it. Oh God, he's gone. Just
pura haath mein gaya.
And just like Bishnoi got a wicket in his first over, Mohan has done so in his first over as well.
I mean, we've been literally begging.
Exactly.
Mayer's layer. Oh, sorry. Mohan.
And Mohan strikes. So, I mean, it's not very often you see.
But this is so awful. I mean, I don't know. At times I just feel कि अब तो criticize करने का भी point नहीं है. Rahul wanted that single. Take on your matchup, dude. Come on. Come on. He's just like, तू तो मेरा काम और आसान बना रहा है. He can just have a not out against my name.
And in the post match, he'll say, Kyle was seeing it better than me, so I regret
The initial of matchup in his kya pata nahi, I don't know. I don't want to criticize him anymore because
You're
I
tired.
feel I'm tired, literally
You're tired.
tired. I feel कि game sense, game awareness कुछ है ही नहीं यार. मतलब I don't know, shocking.
Shocking. I'll tell you what, Soap is actually tired.
And that guy, I mean, that has been a captain of the international team on what grounds? On what grounds? Are people blind? What? What do people see in him? It's just dumb.
It's honestly just dumb. I mean, essentially, have your say as well, joining in the dance with Soap. Do you strongly agree with Soap or do you politely disagree? I dare you to do the latter. I dare you.
I mean, there's nothing to disagree over there. Probably, yeah. I mean, and I also don't understand that why Myers took on that option, given there was a deep mid wicket in place. You were going somewhere, you are ahead of the rate, so why would Myers also take that option? I don't know. But unfair to really criticize Myers because, like I said, he's been taking the high risk route, and if that role has been given to him, then fair. But yeah, really difficult to make sense of a few things.
Yeah, and unfortunately for KL, nearly another wicket there. Moeen Ali, of course, just been brilliant so far. Just conceding 6 and giving Chennai something of a consolation in this power play. Of course, we'll be making a substitution with Som needing a breather right now. So Akshay Kumar Swami, this is your cue to, of course, join us in the next over so Som can get his 5-over breather. 79 for 1, 5.5. Unfortunately, that 85 for 1 that RR had won't be broken. But look, LSG will take 80 for 1, chasing 218. And like Gurkirat mentioned at the top of this over, it was a required rate of 9.66. So obviously, right now, even Cricketletics tells us
things have become very
55%.
simple for Dhoni now. He can just ask any of Santner to Jadeja to bowl, and maybe just bowl both of them from the two ends till they lose a wicket.
Yeah, and maybe strategic drops also, given the fact that KL and
I think Lucknow should have taken that into account. They should have sent Pooran in now, in my opinion, or at least Krunal Pandya. Yeah.
I think they trust Huda's skill against left arm spin as well to take on the spinners on. Probably that was the idea. But
Gurkirat, remember the Delhi game? When KL got out first, they sent in Huda. So today I was thinking if KL was to be there and Kyle got out, they would send Krunal.
Huda plays spin well. Like, even though Huda plays spin well, they could have really sent in Pooran. I mean, no point in holding him back. They've just made Dhoni's task easier, and like how they were doing with the ball.
Correct. Now it is Santner eventually. So Santner comes in. Hopefully Akshay Kumar Swami comes in. Mate, this is your cue because you're intruding into the times being set by our broadcasters and the producers. If they can just go call Akshay, it'll be good. So look, essentially get your predictions in. Do you think Chennai will win this? I said at the mid-innings mark that there are lots of 7s. It could be Dhoni's night, you know this. But we've seen strange things
And
happen.
talking about Chennai winning, I think we have Nikhil as well who's joined back.
Oh, lovely.
So maybe we can add him.
Oh, lovely. He must be not as happy as he was once we laughed.
I think he'll be happy after that wicket. Arey, t-shirt ही उतार लिया भाई.
Oh my God.
Hope चले गए क्या?
No, it's a 1 hour thing only because I have to do this with everything switched off. Then it gets really hot. So it's better that we stay in a comfortable clothing for more than that.
Comfort बहुत important है.
I mean, it's 81 of 39 balls essentially, and KL Rahul next 19 of 15. I don't know if you missed the Somesh Agarwal run a few moments ago, but what is he doing? At times, like he's not playing his more favored matchup. We talk about him playing the second fiddle all the time and then changing gears later, but you can't keep going in with that particular ploy, right? Sometime sooner rather than later, it's going to eat into you.
Yeah, but I think moral of the story for today is common sense is overrated. Chennai did not bowl Moeen Ali to Kyle Mayers at all. I completely expect MS to come on and say that I wanted to see them how they do with the ball, where will they learn and all of that, but that is bullshit. You don't need that. This is not the place to learn. Tushar is someone who's been around the system for enough time, and it's too rigid captaincy from both the accounts. I was critical of Lucknow, and I'm as critical of Chennai as well because it is poorly done.
They
And
could
that
get
sort of
another
a
wicket
wicket.
here. They have Knicks, 82 for 2. And this is what happens because Som called it. It's literally he can throw the ball to Satan and Jadeja right now.
I think Lucknow can do a master stroke here and send Stoinis in to make
They
Dhoni's
could.
job even easier.
They could.
With
they
that,
could.
I'll just take a break.
Take it easy, lad. Take it easy. He needs a breather. You'll probably get one of those iced coffees, hopefully. Relax, breathe a little bit, listen to your Kishore Kumar and come back stronger than ever before. Man who's come back stronger than ever before is this man who's also been enjoying this game. If there's one word in the English dictionary to sum up this 82 for 2 and 7, what would that be, my friend?
Stunned.
Stunned.
Just stunned. The captaincy is just like, I just not understood what's going on. I expect this from Rahul because, we've not really seen anything good from his captaincy, so to say, but MS and, yeah.
It's honestly shocking. 82 for 2. Gurkila, come in here.
I just want to say, I can understand how angry Nikhil was because I've rarely seen him use the word bullshit. So that sums up. Like, I am sometimes too harsh, but yeah, Nikhil, if you've pushed Nikhil's buttons, then yeah, you've done something very horribly wrong because it's not easy to rile him up.
No, but no, I fully agree with Gurkirat, and I love how Nikhil was pouring out his emotion over there. But right now, guys, it tells you that even if you get an 80 odd in the power play, chasing 200 plus, it's still a long way away, right? So the key for Chennai right now is just operate spin, what I'm guessing for the next 6 overs minimum.
They've got 3 spinners, so yeah, they should probably just look to bowl them out.
Ball spin, right?
Yeah.
So when will you be tempted to throw the ball to someone like a Hunger Gaker?
What's the use? For what reason would you do that? Because
probably not throw the ball to him at all.
As well. What are they doing, LSG? They're capitulating, Gurkirat. He smiles politely at the TV and looking at Gautam Gambhir, I'm guessing. But again, have they just been sucked in by the CSK booby trap?
It's just entire game, as I said, it makes no sense. Both teams have been absolutely, they're like, खेलो दिमाग से, दिमाग आज घर पे रख के जाते हैं. Let's just go out and do what we want to do.
Both teams are trying their best to lose the game.
Deepak Huda did just this. Just this last over. What are you trying to do? And
what is the point of in fiddle throughout the power play if you're just going to throw your wicket away when the power play starts? KL Rahul was 2 of 8 against Delhi. This time 20 of 18. Gurkirat, I know there are lots of KL Rahul detractors, and Akshay come in here as well. He's going to be absolutely lambasted for this now on Twitter and elsewhere.
Of course, on Twitter, because that's where all the opinions are shared. But yeah, this is really bizarre. And before I go to this, going back to what you said, like when would they possibly bring in Hunger Gaker? Probably when Puran comes in, because Puran is a known spin hitter, so he has, he sort of has this affinity to go after spin. Not that he doesn't go after pace, but then his average, his numbers, if I'm not wrong, are considerably poor against pace. Okay. So that's probably the weakness.
Now they're saying horrible.
Oh my God.
How can you send a pitch like this with 3 spinners in operation?
Poor tactics. Honestly, what are they thinking? So much prophecies come true. Gurkirat, just going back to that KL Rahul dismissal, right? Nick's just said it. You've just seen Deepak Huda play an ugly hoik to be dismissed in that fashion. What was going through KL Rahul's mind? Or is he just being lured by Moeen Ali? His eyes lit up and he said, fuck it, I'm going to go for it.
What goes on in KL Rahul's mind is something that only maybe he can explain, because a lot of it doesn't really make sense. When the time was there to take on that kind of a bowling, you didn't. And now you've lost wickets, a new batter has come in, you've gone after the bowler. And it's not that, KL Rahul did not have any other shot to that bowling. He was not even to the pitch of the ball to attempt that shot. If you were coming down the track and you probably reached to the pitch of the ball and you did not get the connection, okay, fair, you got your execution wrong. But here, even the selection was wrong because you were nowhere near the pitch of the ball. So
Yeah.
like I just when you were talking in the power play, you mentioned that okay, well, why do we rate Lucknow highly? This is what we've been talking about. They don't have dearth of options, and I said it that their biggest opposition is their think tank themselves. You don't need teams to beat you if your think tank is going to work like this. And I'm very
Correct.
serious about this. I've said it a million times about Delhi as well, and I could say the same thing about Lucknow because it's just beyond a lot of logic. I mean,
And you make some absolutely fascinating points. It's the bigger question that I want to ask you again, and of course Akshay and Nick's right now, and maybe the comments, the users as well below, where we were just kind of praising LSG, saying, look at their side, they've actually really bought really well, and they're looking solid. They've made the, of course, playoffs last year. But surely thinking that this doesn't make you a champion side by any stretch.
Definitely, and I mean, I sort of spoke about this even in the previous Watchalong, wherein utilizing your resources is just as important. You can have the best of players, you can have the most amazing squad, but it all boils down to how you utilize them. And even now, like I actually want to even get all of your opinions on it. Like, why is Pandya being promoted over Puran? Like, what is the reason? Like, is Puran supposed to be that designated finisher?
I mean, that's a very good question. Next,
Yeah, I think that's what they're looking at. Krunal is their domestic Indian bat who should be able to counter spin better, and that's why they've sent him. But now they've paired him with Stoinis. Good luck.
Good luck. I mean, you say that politely, of course, but do you expect Gurkirat Puran to do the more heavy lifting over there? Because sometimes it's actually worked well for teams where the Indian batter kind of plays early on, and then you kind of use your overseas pro as a depth expert.
That works if your overseas batter is good against pace. It would have been fine if Stoinis was held back. Now, where they needed a left-hand, right-hand combination, they didn't do that. They promoted Hooda. Now, where they actually needed to send in someone who's good against spin, they've kept Puran back. So it doesn't make sense. If you wanted to send in a right-hander against spin, you are better off sending someone like a Badoni even, or even a K. Gautam, but not Marcus Stoinis. Yeah, I mean, I like I said, a lot of these things are not making sense, and the biggest opposition for Lucknow is their own think tank.
And that's what
like we have been
Gurkirat's Wi-Fi a little choppy.
Yeah.
No, my laptop's battery is going. I'll just go and have dinner and come back very soon. Because if I don't take a break from speaking right now, then I doubt if anyone else would get a chance because I'm limited at Lucknow's tactics right now.
Okay, just take it easy, get your power and the food in the belly, and then we'll talk to you soon, my friend. It's always good to have you in the watch-alongs. And for all you 29 people watching us, do subscribe to the channel if you're new and like this particular video. Share it as much as possible. We'll be doing watch-alongs in a better way going forward. I promise you that, with more things yet to come to our studio and whatnot. 95 for 3, 8.5. I remember vividly, Chennai were 101 for none after 8 overs. So, look, even Cricketlytics was siding with LSG in that 5.3 overs of that chase. But so far, it's showing again Chennai 69% to win this encounter, and it's not even suggesting a super over this time. So, look, make whatever you want to make of that. I mean, how would you kind of fit in the puzzles for their best optimal use in terms of LSG's things? We mentioned Purin, Stoinis, Krunal Pandya, Gautam, Mayers, de Kock is still yet to come back. How would you put it together if you were Andy Flower / Gautam Gambhir?
I mean, at least for this game, I can sort of speak a bit more. In general, it's going to be really hard. Like, I don't know. It'll be very unfortunate if Mayers actually has to step out for de Kock, which is very likely going to happen come the next game. And also de Kock in Lucknow, given what we saw in the first game, I don't think he'll be a good option. At least, definitely not a better option compared to Mayers. So, opening May, I mean, once de Kock comes in, de Kock, Rahul,
it's actually going to be a mess, man. Like,
Yeah, it's honestly a mind clog, or should I say a brain fuck. After the auction, Gigi said that Pooran will be used as a finisher, saying KV. I'll ask that to Nix. I mean, if you had all the reins in the Lucknow camp, Nix, and you play a lot of fantasy cricket, and you're one of the best experts I know, how would you filter that in the best optimal way? I mean, he's trying to put a finger on it, but he's struggling, and even I am. So help us out here.
So I would simply, as I said, not play Stoinis. If I want to play Quinton, play him at 3. And then you have Kyle Mayers up top, and you have Quinton at 3 to be that stabilizer, because far too often they've had such kind of games where they've lost couple very early. Then number 3 hasn't worked out. They had Manish Pandey last year. They tried Badoni as well in few games. Get a proper, consistent Quinton. And the thing with Quinton is, see, it's the higher ceiling. And I still feel teams haven't figured out Kyle Mayers, which is strange, stupid, whatever you want to call it, because it was right there on the wall. Bowl of spin to Kyle Mayers. It was there on the wall with cement, everything packed, and just screaming in front of you, I just do it. But they still don't do it, because that's how this management of the franchises are. So they'll always go by reputation more than the game. So you can't control that. But in that sense, I think they'll start with Quinton, and they'll realize, okay, as the decks get slower, maybe Kyle Mayers 20 ball 40 is far more valuable than a 25 ball 30 from Quinton. And the problem, what exaggerates this problem is KL starts. If KL was starting well, then you could still have Quinton taking time. But because KL is hardly taking any risk in the power play, you will want to see Quinton keep taking risk, and it will not work out, because it doesn't work out every day for everyone. It's not that easy. So I think even today you see they had a great start, but it is just those small, smart decisions that you have to make in the game. And that's where I feel Lucknow have shot themselves in the foot even last year and even now. So I think the order won't change much. I don't see their order changing much. It's just going to be interchanging Quinton with Mayers, and just see, Stoinis you can get in games where it's good help for pacers or on roads, because there you will probably find more value. Is that a wicket or that looks a 6? Good.
It's 6. It's top tier. And he makes a good point, Akshay, about, I mean, not so much the order, like he said, but the personnel. And they have a couple of good guys waiting in the wings. De Kock obviously goes to that mention, but Romario Shepherd, who has been enjoying himself for the bat of late.
I mean, the surface is sort of, I mean, you can't just look at, you can't really sort of gauge his performances by numbers.
Yeah.
And just to add to what Nick said, like Rahul and De Kock, they have a similar style of playing, that both are slow starters. And of course, the upside is there, but you can't have both your openers, slowing down in the power play and then going big later on. You need one of them at least to maximize the power play. And that's where I feel Mayers has done a really good job. And also, Nick, just a question. So if you want De Kock to be at number 3 instead of Stoinis, so would you have Pooran as your finisher then, like way down at number 6? Like, who would be your finisher in that case? If it's number 3 Mayers, if it's number 3 De Kock, how are you looking at it further down? Because Stoinis won't be available then.
Yeah, so then my ideal entry point for Pooran is the 11th or the 12th over, or the 13th
Correct.
over. So that he gets like some balls to settle, and then he can go every ball. The thing is, see, ideally I would not want both Kyle Mayers and Quinton to be part of the side. But I'm very practical that it is not going to happen. You don't want two of them in the same way, because you could get an off spinner on and get them both, but people will not do it. So they can play both of them.
That's one cheeky way to look at it for sure. But yeah, I mean, it raises a bigger question, which I would love to get maybe all the guys' comments on, whether nowadays teams should actually look at either entry points for certain batters or positions.
Definitely, it has to be situational. Teams have to be flexible. I mean, gone are the days when you would have a fixed batting order saying, okay, number 3 pe hai, number 4 pe hai, number 5 pe hai, main aise karu. I mean, I'll do it this way. You can't really do that. Being situational, being flexible, which is why I liked what RCB also did. Of course, I'm trying my best to keep the bias aside. I like the fact that they decided to go ahead with DK. It did not come off.
And that's another wicket, okay.
Oh my God. And Krunal Pandya is absolutely livid with himself. I think Gautam Gambhir was just kind of telling the boys how to go about it. Stoinis already got the 6 in the over. Why did he have to do that? And KL Rahul also looks away in dismay. But yeah, I mean, carry on with the point.
Yeah, just to finish that, you have to be proactive with your middle order, with your batting lineup. That's pretty much it. Like, yeah.
And given the fact that it's modern day T20 cricket, it's not like T20 cricket is a 3-year-old entity.
Correct.
People have played this game for a good old decade now, and they should figure out that sometimes it's all about reputations. It's all about egos. It's about what works best for the team. But look, certain preferences and reputations will always kind of precede over cricketing logic. It's good to see there's a lot of people watching this watch along right now. So do subscribe and like this as much as possible. Like this video. Here's one. Like this video if you think Lucknow have been absolutely bullshit in the last, 20 minutes? I mean, they were just going so well, guys. 80 for 1, chasing 218. You can't ask for more. And now it's capitulation. So who are they looking at right now? Purin and Stoinis to bail them out. Probably bat to the 14th, 15th. And then hope that people like Christopher Gautam, the impacts of Ayush Badoni come to the party.
Correct. I actually feel that, this wicket has done more good to LSC. They would have wanted Puran in as soon as possible, because I don't know to what extent. I mean, how much can Stoinis actually go against spinners? Puran is their best bet right now, so yeah, I actually think it's going to be. I mean, Puran is a better option. I'll just leave it at that.
Fair. Now, obviously, Satna is still bowling, so we've not seen any sign of Jadeja yet. And given the fact that Moeen Ali has been brilliant tonight, he's going to finish off his quota, I'm guessing, and then it could be Hangar Gekar who comes into bowl. So there's still options for Chennai. 105 for 10.1. So they're not that far off in terms of the required rate, but just the wickets column are starting to slowly haunt this LSG unit. I mean, if you're a betting man now, would you happily put a tenner on Chennai, Nick, right now? Or do you think there could be a miracle or two with Stoinis and Puran out there?
Yeah, but then from here, obviously, Chennai are like more favorites. But the thing is, there is Puran, and Chennai don't always use Jadeja well with the ball versus left-handers. So very keen to see how that works out. What are their first plans versus Puran? Do they get in Hangar Gekar next over? Of course, Moeen has to bowl out, and then do they get him on, because they have to get Puran out.
Yeah.
The way this team functions, the only thing that troubles Puran is raw pace at times, and of course, good spin bowling can get anyone. So, and they don't have raw pace. If he settles, he can take on anybody else, anybody and everybody. So, they have to look to continue to take wickets, and of course, hopefully, that is what it will be.
Look, I'm generally hoping from the offset that Chennai win this game, because, look, LSG won their first game, Chennai lost their game, so it evens out. And plus, I always look at it from an RCB perspective. Let me make no jokes about that. Gulkinath went off for dinner, but he also went off because his laptop was losing charge. I request Vikas and Ritesh to find the guy who has the Mac charger to get the laptop on charge, because at times, I mean, if the internet is working, the TV isn't. If the TV is working, the charger is not there, and now the charger is there. So Ritesh to the rescue. We appreciate that. You can potentially connect it while the game is going on. So yeah, I mean, it all goes off here in the CDC headquarters in terms of these watch-alongs. Our studio is brand new, but not to our liking, to be very honest with you. But we've kind of figured our way out. It's paper over the cracks so far. But look, 110 for 4, 11 overs gone. I think Moeen Ali is going to complete his quota of 4 overs. Did you have him next, Moeen Ali, in your fantasy selections? But I asked that because he didn't bowl in that first game, right? So were you always going to know that he's going to bowl in Chepauk?
100%. He doesn't bowl in Chepauk, then why is he in the side?
Yeah. Oh, it's spooky
so,
now.
Again,
I mean, it's
the only reason I made KL captain is because of his records, and sometimes he just takes off. So this is the safer bet with going with KL as captain and Moeen vice captain. But yeah, every other team had Satner, Moeen, Bishnoi Wood, all of these combinations, because again, Chepauk, it is slow and low. And as I felt, they've got Hangar Gekar back, or Hangar Gekar on actually, first over for him. Let's see how he bowls to these two. Very, very good opportunity to see if he's going to do the same mistake that the experienced bowlers did, or does he have something up his sleeves?
Yeah, Hunger Kicker into the attack. Now, speaking of into the attack, Somesh will be into the attack shortly in terms of the CDC watch along. And sorry, I'm just going to make that point, Akshay, before I go. I saw Vijay Daya right now over there. He looks like David Visa with the long hair and the piercing, quite ridiculous. Keep watching and subscribe to cricket.com. Like this video. 31 if you're watching. Really good to see that on a Monday night. And hopefully it is a tight game. We haven't seen a tight game so far in this year's competition. Somesh will take over. Because play that little clip right now. Yes, there we go. Gonna go for dinner, lads. Oh wait, they can hear me.
Of course.
Oh, shit,
Of course. That's how you wish people had in the power play or timeout discussions. But yeah, if only.
Talking about people with long hair. Hi, hello everyone.
You see what happened last 2 overs?
I did, and I think this game is becoming an exhibit of how to play into opposition's hands. I'm lost for words. Why didn't Puran come out at 3? See, I know teams go in a game with a plan, but there has to be some level of flexibility as things move on, right? The momentum has completely been sucked out of the innings. Things became very easy for Dhoni. All he had to do was, like we discussed before I went off, that after was एक end से center लगाओ, एक end से जडेजा लगाओ. It's simple.
But actually, it's surprising. Jadeja अब तक मतलब he's
जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी ना. If let's say if Huda was not out in that over, the obvious choice was to have Jadeja bowl from the next end.
Yeah.
When you have too many lefties, why would you want to get that advantage go away?
That's true. Oh
Shot.
wow, man,
Shot.
that's a shot and a half. Great. And sorry to say, Nix, I mean, as much as I love Dhoni and I don't mind CSK, I really want to see Lucknow, get the better of CSK tonight. I mean, just for the reason that they don't have the greatest of squads, and especially the way they've bowled. Right now, both teams are just trying to outdo each other in terms of poor decision making and all of that. I just want to see Lucknow get the better of CSK.
Yeah. Our boys here are very big on having your squad right at the very beginning.
I mean, I have a good answer. Don't worry. So, see, I don't care. It's okay. Chennai can lose all 14 games for that matter. But the thing is, it's very hard to build a perfect squad or even a near good squad. Even more so in this franchise league where people are still not bowling off spin to Kyle Mayers in the very first one. It is as good or as bad as that. So, and again, like Som said, Puran hasn't batted at 3. They're using people in different roles. Krunal Pandya is batting above, like 2 spots above where he should be. So, see, it is always going to be that, of course, great shot from Puran. You don't need great squads to win the IPL. You just need to have enough common sense to use your resources better. Again, I'll go back to my favorite word. Usage of people is paramount in this league. And you look at the best teams that started to win, they didn't always have the best squads. They found performers and they found people doing that role better. And that's why they won. Teams have had great squads, but they have done nothing. RCB had great squads for years. But again, those squads are always subjective. Teams function very differently. Some feel that, like SRH, they go bowling heavy. Again, that has completely taken out.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't know what you guys think. I feel Hunger Kickers action is very much like Chris Martin. Yeah, मैं तो पहले दिन से यही सोच रहा हूँ कि it is. I mean that long arm that goes like this and then.
Yeah,
I mean, I see a bit of Vinay Kumar in his action, the way he pulls his arm. I don't know. I just see a bit of Vinay Kumar, but I see Chris Martin. I really see Chris Martin now that you've mentioned. And Nick, just to sort of, I completely agree with you on that. Utilization of resources is way more important than the squad themselves, and Dhoni himself has shown that. It's not like CSK has had the best of squads. Like 2018, they won with a bowling attack that had Deepak Chahar, who'd not really done anything, Shardul Thakur, Harbhajan Singh, who people sort of thought was way past his prime. So I am with you on that. This time around, where I sort of agree to disagree is that their auction strategy itself has been like, come on, you've just gone ahead and bought back your players without really thinking.
We discussed this yesterday as well. That teams, see, when something has worked for you, it's very hard to look at it and say that this will not work now. And it is even more harder in the setups that the cricket system is, where these calls are not always taken by cricketing minds. There are a lot more factors that are involved in terms of who we want, who we don't want, and what else and what not. So in terms of auction strategy, you'll probably say that, okay, SRH had the best squad. We've all been harping about the depth that they have, but how did they go in the first game? So it is okay, it will happen. And see, not always will your auction strategy reflect in how you did on the field. I mean, we all expected Chennai to finish last ever since they had the dad's army, but they went on to win twice in the next 3 years. So, and the one that they lost was also the last ball to Shardul Thakur, missing one on the stumps. So, see, it is, as long as you are able to back your plan, it is fine. See, even with Kolkata, we are all rubbing them off. It's because there are enough issues that are glaring in front of you. And that is the problem, that you have not done anything to correct it. Chennai also, they are dependent entirely on one man right now. The day that man goes, of course, everybody is interested to see how they build this legacy again, because then it has to be a different kind of working way. So yeah, it is with every team.
Yeah, I mean, see, the point is, the philosophy of Dhoni's life as a captain has always been make fewer mistakes than the opposition. And even if you see on paper, these two teams are not matched. Lucknow on paper are way superior than Chennai. But you see, Lucknow have made mistakes. And till now, they've made more mistakes than Chennai. I think the only mistake that Chennai has made is to not bowl Moeen Ali to Kyle Mills up front. But Lucknow bowling Krishnappa Gautam in the power play, not introducing Wood earlier, then of course the captain taking single on Moeen Ali when he could have blocked 2 balls and hit maybe two boundaries towards the later half of that over, and then not promoting a lefty at 3. So clearly, and this has been the philosophy of Dhoni's captaincy, that भाई सामने वाले के पास टीम कितनी भी अच्छी हो, वो गलती करेगा, तुम्हें उनसे कम गलती करनी है on the field.
To quote Dhoni himself, control the control. That's
And I'm very interested to see what he speaks with Tushar today, because you could see it boiling. I'm just glad he did not walk down.
Yeah, kuch bhi ho, no balls. I mean,
exactly.
Come on. I mean, there is no explanation for no balls.
And this is when Dhoni has explicitly told in the previous games post-match presentation that you shouldn't bowl no balls.
Yeah.
It's almost like a slap in your face.
See, why there is something that can happen.
He had an option of actually bowling Hangar Gekar in the power play. He chose Dishar Deshpande above Hangar Gekar ki bhai chalo theek hai, tumhe liya hai specific role ke liye, so let's have you. But yeah, that's just bizarre, and I just fear for Tushar Deshpande, because he I don't know how things work in the dressing room. People get angry. I don't know.
See, that's why I felt the only place the anger would have come out was on the field. I don't think it will come out of the field, because that's something that you trust franchises to do better. And which is why that was the only moment of worry that I had कि भाई ये नीचा के दीपक चेयर जैसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि भाई he gets a proper dressing down, and it doesn't look good on TV as well, but mistakes happen and you do them more, but you realize that okay, that's why maybe they are not picked by so many, and that's why you'll probably need to work a lot more. And I mean, even they would have been disappointed, Raj, like Hangar Gekar outbowled Deepak and Tushar even in the last game. So that is something that will be there in the system's mind as well, that it is something to be worked upon, because wides can happen, it's not, execution can go wrong, but no balls are definitely far more in your control. But just coming back to the game, this game needs Chennai need a Puran wicket to be back, to feel comfortable.
And Santos already completed his quota, and this is Moeen's last over. So this is sort of, this is probably the most important over, so to say, because I don't think they have another right arm off spinner, do they, in the 11 today?
Yeah, but I think they can still bowl Jadeja.
Jadeja to Puran, I would say the odds are in Puran's favor, but yeah, you never know.
I'm just thinking who else can bowl.
Dude, come on, man! Like, why?
Now they don't even need Jadeja to bowl.
This is.
I'm sorry, I have not laughed.
This is like
But again, see, not disrespecting anyone here, but not the best matchup, not the best selection.
Imagine if after all this, Kyle Matz is dropped in the next game for Quinton de Kock.
Which will happen.
Which will happen. There is 99% chance of this to happen.
There's no way on earth Gambhir is dropping de Kock. That's just not happening.
And that's why Akshay,
I just
great.
If this would have been a 38 game tournament like the English Premier League, I think Chennai would have qualified in 2020 and 2022 as well. Because actually, जितना लंबा जाता है उतना ये जो the
variance goes
down, and then Dhoni the captain is that's why I say just look at the number of tournaments knockouts that they've made, playoffs. It is more than the number of trophies they've won, because after that it just becomes a one-off situation. Correct. But at league stage he controls so well that on an aggregate level he makes fewer mistakes than the opposition captains on the field.
Yeah, and I think it is such a small line but huge and massive impact that it is something that you can control. But yet teams with like crores of rupees spent, analysts, everybody, international experience, former players, everybody, yet you're still not able to make the best decisions on the field. So it just tells you how much.
Even if you think about the 2020 season, the fact that the thought process of Chennai squad was that we want to make the squad for Chepauk. And Fleming went on to say in that season as well that we are pretty much a Chennai-based side. And of course, conditions in Dubai and Abu Dhabi were
too different.
I mean, still there is a difference, and then they had a few player availability issues. And 2022 there was all this captaincy thing, and Deepak Chahar been ruled out. This season, I mean, so the point that I'm trying to make is after 2020 they clearly identified the issues and recruited people. I think they bought Moeen Ali after that.
In 21.
To fill that gap. They figured out that they need someone in the middle order to take the game forward. So they specifically plugged those gaps. 2022 again, things did not go their way. This season, the only question that I have is I'm failing to understand how Ben Stokes fit in the Chennai scheme of things. Because usually what I feel is even in the auction, they are very, very clear with the mindset that when they bought Moeen Ali, they went for Glenn Maxwell as well, because you knew that they want a spin hitter in the middle order. But I mean, this time around, I'm just baffled that why did they desperately wanted Ben Stokes in their squad.
Off the top of my head, I can think of two reasons. One is the RPSG connection, Fleming, Dhoni, Stokes, they played together.
That's one. Yeah, even I thought about it.
And the other is, I personally think they are probably looking at Stokes as a potential leader, like post-Dhoni, in the post-Dhoni era. I don't see who else could, fit the bill for them right now in their current squad at least, unless they go ahead and get a captain next season or whenever.
Yeah, I mean, but why do they have to get a captain? I mean, they can... There is Gaikwad, there is Moeen Ali.
I'm guessing after last season's debacle with Jadeja, they've realized that they don't have any leadership options right now in the group. So they'll have to expand the pool and ensure that, the transition is a lot more smoother than it's been, with the likes of, say, Mumbai or something like that, where they don't want it to be a situation where they don't know now what's next after Dhoni. Because like Nick's pointed out, everyone is right now just waiting for the day when CSK moves past Dhoni and what's going to happen. So they are probably trying to prepare for that. Again, that's just me speculating. What about you, Nick? What do you think? Like the reason behind Stokes?
I honestly think they did not want him in the first place, like the first priority. I think their first priority was something like a Sam Curran, because from the squad that they have, you see they have no known overseas pacer. Even Magala came very late. They got Kyle Jamieson, which they felt would do the job for them. And they wanted a seam bowling all-rounder who could bat in the middle overs. Because the way I look at it, if they wanted an opener and they thought that Ben Stokes would do that, then they would open with him. But they have not gone there too. They've stuck to Conway. So definitely they did not want a batter who could bat in the top three. So the next step to them was maybe get a middle overs bowler who can bowl in the middle seam bowling all-rounder. But the problem with Ben, I feel we discussed yesterday as well, so that he's somebody that I don't think you can always rely on in terms of availability. He's very prone to injury, and he's not always going to give you 4 overs. So unless the talk is done in terms of, even today, I think in the pre-match or sometime back, Mike said that I don't know if he'll bowl a lot, and then there was news that he could bowl 2 overs. So there itself, you see, there is a lot of speculation that how much can he bowl, and that is a very crucial puzzle, because when they go away from home, they need that seam bowling all-rounder. The way Tushar has bowled, and again, I hope Simarjit is fit and they do something to get him fit, because Tushar has to rest, just get better, and then Deepak will also maybe benefit a bit more, because Deepak also has looked lackluster in the 2 games that he's played. He has hardly looked because see, even when Deepak was his best, if he did not take wickets, he kept the runs down. You could always bank on him to not give away, a lot of boundaries. But they've done that this time around as well. So I think that's where the role of Ben becomes very critical. And again, Moeen taking 4 for 26 at Chepauk is just written in the stars that it had to happen. So that way, it probably seals Moeen and Conway's spot. Thikshina just adds a lot of value as well. So that's where Stokes' form is going to be very, very crucial for them, because someday they'll have to play Magala, they have to play Dwayne Pretorius away from home. If the conditions are good for batting, the other surprising thing that I want your views on is in the substitutes also they have 3 batters.
Exactly.
They already have batting till 11.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think that money would have been better spent, or I mean, not money. That spot would have been better spent for a gun death bowler. I know there are not a lot of such bowlers available anyway, but I think at this moment, a good death bowler instead of a Stokes will add a lot more value.
And also, if Simarjit isn't fit, like Akash Singh isn't a bad option at all. He's actually done really well. He has a nice action. He's a left. He also adds that left arm variety to them. Yeah. I'm not sure why isn't he being used. He wasn't even a part of their impact subs list. And yeah, I was just as surprised as you. Like, why do you have 3 batters and why is Rahane a part of them? Like a part of it.
Yeah.
Like maybe what value had that none of your batters in the 11 isn't adding.
So Jaddu bowling into Pura. This is exciting.
Oh, nice.
That's a 6. Yeah.
So that's a shot, man. Sorry, Nix, you were saying.
Rahane is the Badrinath they maybe wanted to make it. I don't know. Just speculating that if they are 16 for 4, that they'll get a Rahane in, he'll get them a score, which is not a bad way to.
Don't you think?
Sorry.
Like if you've seen Sheikh Rashid, if you've seen his performances in the side, Mushtaq Ali, he's a much better version of Rahane.
Yeah, like but he's done that. But the thing with Chennai is they, at the first instinct is to go for a tried and tested person, experienced person. Which is why Akash Singh is not starting, because they still are giving time. That's another
massive shot.
Wow.
Now,
very.
I'd like to see how Dhoni will go about stuff, because Hangarkar has 3 left.
Deshpande has 3.
And Deshpande has 3.
Yeah, and
Deepak Chahar has 1.
Oh, 1. Okay.
So yeah, now you realize, right? I mean, Stokes cannot add value here.
Maybe he bowls the next over.
Oh. No, my bad.
Maybe he bowls the next over and gets Puran out.
Yeah, I mean, of course that can happen. But yeah, if I'm okay if he's been told that you might be needed at the death as well, because that's not how he has been used by England.
Yep.
Or anyone. Of course, I mean, after Carlos Brathwaite, Ben Stokes has not been a death bowler. I mean, sorry to say, he is one of my favorite cricketers, and I mean, one of my contenders for greatest of all time, not just this era. But he's not a death bowler.
And also, these shots from Puran sort of, again, make you question why wasn't he sent earlier? Like, what was the thinking behind promoting Pandya, Stoinis over him?
I think a lot of teams do this also because they want a fallback guy, that let's send everybody but hold 1 card back. That and I think a lot of teams have been like Sachin did that in 2010 with Pollard. that let me hold back.
I think
That's
in
what
this
I
game,
feel.
that guy. I think in this game that guy could have been Stoinis. I agree. I'll tell you why. Because
Yeah.
if you send Pooran, you're taking two bowling options out of the equation. Now, if you keep Stoinis, CSK's sort of light pace bowling towards the end, Marcus Stoinis could have feasted on.
Definitely. And also, just to add to that, Punjab tried the exact same thing with Pooran in 2020 and that backfired massively. When you've seen that this hasn't really worked before, why would you again just force yourself to do that? Oh, Tushar Deshpande is...
Yeah, I think Bravo had a chat with him during the...
I was nice to see him put a hand on the shoulder and talk him through and not really lose his shit.
Yeah, wide Yorkers is something that he tried against Kyle Mayers too.
Yeah.
So, that's the plan. Yeah, Gurkirat is back on. I hope the echo at his end is sorted out as well. If not, Gurkirat Paji kuch karo, us echo kab hai.
कंपनी ने लैपटॉप दिया है, पता नहीं प्रॉब्लम क्या है, समझ नहीं आ रहा. Seriously, I don't understand.
आपका साउंड सिस्टम क्या है वो जो आप यूज करते हो, माइक वाइक वो सब all those shebang.
Mic to anyway, we'll try something in the next game. आज तो उतना टाइम.
Yeah.
But yeah,
because if you can just I'm getting a call which I cannot take, of course.
what do we make of this game so far? In the sense, before I left, I was just saying that Lucknow, with their decision making, have continued from where they left off in the first innings. So,
like the only way, I'm repeating myself way too often right now, but this is really just both the teams trying their best to lose the game, and somehow, the other team comes in and it's a race to the bottom right now. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the way I'm looking at it. Except that, like Somesh mentioned, Dhoni has sort of recovered from that power play. I don't know what to even term it from that power play. I'll just leave it at that. But right now, I still feel this game is not entirely over. The bowlers that CSK have right now, at their disposal, it'll be a bit dicey if Pooran manages to stay till the end. That's for sure.
But I think it's Pooran or bust for Lucknow.
No, I want to say Gautam is there, but yeah, I agree with you. I don't think.
See, with Gautam and Badoni, they can get overs out of Jadeja, I feel.
You think Jadeja will be bowling okay? Hangarkar and Chahar. Yeah.
Chahar is one.
Correct. What about you next? Like, how do you see, who do you think will be bowling the final four right now? And Gurkirat?
See, I don't think one guy will bowl two. That's how I think as of now. I mean, I don't think that what the plan is as of now, because they have Chahar to bowl one and Hangarkar has three. And so, as you said, if Pooran goes out, you can get an over from Jadeja because there is slowness. And while K. Gautam and Badoni can use the long handle, it still brings Jadeja into the game. So the question is, who do you bowl and where do you bowl to Pooran? So I think it will be Tushar now. And as good or bad it is, Deepak or Hangarkar has to bowl next. And then you wait to see to use Stokes. If Pooran is there after 2 overs, then Stokes has to bowl.
Interesting. Why is Stokes not like any?
I mean, that's why you have him in the side for. He's experienced. As opposed to the options that they have, you have to take up the responsibility that if others are not able to get Pooran out, bowl one over, get Pooran out.
Makes sense. I do agree with that.
Yep, I think at the end of this over, we will be ready to make another substitution.
But I think he's got him. He's got him. Thank you. Thank you, Tushar Deshpande. Thank you, Tushar Deshpande.
He needs to come back. Yeah.
But much better execution. Yeah, but much better execution from Tushar though. Great over, closed out well, and
just 5 runs of not wrong, 6 runs of this over. That's actually an excellent over.
Yeah, and again, wide Yorkers just nailed it. So well done.
Siraj did
Yeah, but yeah, Kohli half covered for him, so not a problem.
Come on, man. Come on. We've missed you.
Lads, how's it going, lads? Nikhil, are you breathing easier right now? Anirudh, our stats fans going on to ask, whom do you guys trust better and finish off the innings? Puran or Krunal? Both of them are not here, but we'll answer that question anyway. My money is in the West Indian. Actually, they're both from the West. I mean, West Indians. Get it? Krunal's
क्या सवाल क्या था भाई? तेरा सवाल भूल गया मैं.
Anirudh's put it on the screen. Put it back on the screen because I think Somesh is right now in a tizzy.
Whom do you guys trust?
Puran or Krunal? I said they're both West Indians. You guys didn't get the joke.
True. I mean, see, this question in isolation is the question should be Puran or Stoinis, not Puran or Krunal, because the discussion that we were having is maybe promote Puran and hold Stoinis back, and only promote Puran so that there's left right is maintained and things are not becoming easier for Dhoni, that he can just have two. Can just bowl Santner and Jadeja from both ends.
That is true. 62 or 4 overs is a little tough, guys. Good down on his phone. So I'm sure.
Yeah, because not to forget, Huda had to sacrifice himself literally because Santner was bowling. And he knew that he has to be the one to carry the momentum forward, and he just went for it.
Yeah, and then his captain, of course, followed him into the dugout in a similar manner as well.
I mean, KL Rahul could not do anything. At that point of time, he had to attack Moeen Ali, right? Can't expect Krunal Pandey to attack Moeen Ali from the other end because that would have defied logic. And there's something that he should have done in the 6th over when Kyle Mayers or KL Mayers got out.
Ooh, that's a great shot to get his innings underway. Christopher Gautam, ex-CSK man, of course. Still too much to ask. I think
Deepak Chahar will bowl out. I think Hangarkar now will bowl the next over. I think even, I don't know, maybe even Jadeja can bowl one over.
Maybe.
Would you gamble it?
Oh, that's a good shout. But I was going to ask you guys something else. The fact that this game, short swung like a pendulum, where have Lucknow lost this game? Is it that 3 over mark right after the power play?
I think it was a tall ask in the first place, to be honest. I mean, Kyle Mayers played a blinder to keep them in the hunt.
Boys, you agree, Knicks?
I think they lost it with the they lost it with the tactics, both with the ball and the bat. I mean, even after getting 80 in 6 overs, from that point of time, they still needed, I suppose, 10 runs an over for the next 14 overs, and you had to be really proactive. In these kind of chases, once you allow the fielding team to get into the game, it's very difficult to then push them back. And there were a series of poor calls. I mean, Puran had to be number 3, then he did come in at number 3, he did come in at number 4. At 5, you sent in Stoinis, who struggles against spin. Probably at that point of time, if you wanted to send a RHB, it could have been Gautam or Badoni. And I've said it so many times that I don't like the idea of an Indian inexperienced batter coming in at number 6 or 7 to finish off the game. It's a very difficult role for any Indian batter to nail in. So if you're going to take Badoni as a number 7, you are better off playing Prerak Mankad in that place. Because he's done that job for his team in Syed Mushtaq Ali tournament. He has a very good strike rate. So I don't really, there's hardly been a tactic that has been played out by Lucknow today, to which I agree with. And
I think Dhoni will show Ghadi to Deepak Chahar as well. Ki bhai, kya kar raha hai, ghar jana hai.
Yeah,
सोने का time हो गया.
He already did once at the start of his 3rd over. So second time.
I mean, Knicks, just talk to me about the CSK bowling. I know it's been almost 2 games now, but they've looked rusty more than anything. Fine, I understand that teams concede runs in this format, but overstepping, lots of
I think Nikhil will take Rusty Thera.
that's a Chris shot for 6. I mean, nonchalantly just flicked away from K. Gautam. And I tell you what.
And yet again, I mean, Deepak Chahar is not a death bowler.
He is.
He's not a death bowler.
He's not.
So, Avnish, the word that you're looking for is rigid and not rusty. The bowling plans have been very rigid. There was no reason to bowl all pace, but they stuck to it 2 games in a row. I think a lot of it, I want to hear what MS says about not bowling off spin, because he's he was the one who started this trend, if you want to call it, in this league, to get the off spinner bowl in the first over. With Ashwin, you have Theekshana, when he comes in, will definitely bowl early. So, what was the call? What was the thinking to get two inexperienced guys to bowl up top? Is something that I want to look at. That okay, what was the logic there? Of course, he may not dwell everything, but he could give you hints. So I think at Chepa going forward, we should definitely see spin earlier. But in away games, very keen to see how they go about their bowling, because we discussed, Deepak Chair, if he doesn't take wickets, it's a problem for them, because he'll invariably be bowling 2-3 in the power play always.
Yeah. And he's so crucial for them. He might get a wicket here because even though it was a short...
Of course.
Shivam Dube has done a Khalil Ahmed here.
No, Shivam Dube has done a Shivam Dube.
I mean, Khalil
This
Ahmed
is not new to him.
A dolly. Chennai fans can't believe it. And that gives Gautam a life. And I'll tell you what, it's an expensive over this, because he conceded the 6. He's also bowled 3 wides back-to-back. 172 for 6, chasing 218 with 3 overs to spare. They're still in it, so... But the bare
on paper they are. I'm just thinking that when Theekshana comes in, he comes in for Santner.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility of them adding one more spinner and play Prashant Solanki as well in place of a pacer?
That's a good shout.
I actually thought they will do it. I said it in the first innings. I said in the first innings that I don't know why Tushar played. They should have always gotten Prashant Solanki. But again, I think it's the...
Wicket though, right?
It has not been, but I mean, obviously, spinners have been a lot more effective. It's not about, I mean, at times it's not about the wicket. This theory of spinners cannot bowl at the death. I don't really buy it. I mean,
who comes to mind when you say that? In of the spinners to bowl at the death?
I mean, every defensive spinner, Rashid, Theekshana, I mean, they can bowl at the death. Why not?
Ashwin. We keep saying Ashwin's a defensive spinner. Can he bowl at the death?
Ashwin has bowled at the death for India. Not in recent times, but he has done it before.
Yes, but I'm saying, does he still have it in him? And I mean, I'll pose the same question to you that Som's kind of brought up right now. Who are the spinners in the modern game who can bowl at the death?
Didn't Ashwin bowl at the death when Afridi hit him for those sixes? And he even bowled the super over for Chennai once.
Yeah, but that was peak Ashwin.
Yeah.
Gurkirat?
I want to say Akshar, but off late he's not had a good time, so I can't say that, because
every time I think about Akshar bowling in the death, I think about that game in Vizag where MS Dhoni was representing the rising Pune Super Giants, and he took
because yes. We hardly see Santner dominated by batters.
See, the thing is, when you are usually bowling at the death, you are mostly facing power hitters, and not all of them use their feet or use the crease well. So if you pair them up rightly, then you can get in a very good defensive bowler to bowl well. Jadeja will not be able to bowl at the death because he always is far more defensive as opposed to being okayly defensive. Like if you ask him, he'll bowl outside leg, outside leg, just to be defensive. But then the batter knows that is his only option. So the moment you have more than a couple of options, you can get away with it. I think Hasaranga has bowled at the end. Chahal has bowled at the end in the recent times, and I see them bowling this year as well, and I expect Theekshana to do that as well.
Yeah, I was going to mention Hasaranga, obviously, with the Bangalore.
Whenever I look at Tushar Deshpande, I'm reminded of your good friend Vishan.
I'm reminded of our good friend Basta. Because
but I mean, doesn't Tushar Deshpande resembles Vishan? But that's a inside joke.
So. And Vishan will be joining us. I don't know if Vish is watching this telecast, but he'll be joining us for the future Watchalongs as well. There's been some fandom with Vishan, actually. The fact that WPL, he was doing a couple of games, people actually liked his big presence. They thought he was actually one of the team owners. He was actually looking that thing. But just coming back to that spinners chat, Sunil in the line, is that still a name which can pose a problem to batters in the death? Of course, he bowled that maiden over and the super over to Pune.
Why not? Sunil Nando definitely, even right now, he can. I know Bhanuka Rajapaksa would want to face him at the death, but apart from him,
the cleaners. I remember back in the day, remember the first ever T20 World Cup, Harbhajan was our death bowler, especially in the Australia final. Block hold to Clark. Good old Bungie.
If this game, if this is a close finish, say around Chennai winning by 5 or 10 runs due to no batting to follow, they would really do subbing out Avesh instead of a Thakur or Bishnoi, because he can swing the bat.
Why did they actually get rid of a Bishnoi? Surely they would have been thinking a little bit of that, right? I mean,
because Avesh had not fielded well, so they probably wanted to use 1 over of Badoni's fielding. That's the only logical explanation.
कोई लॉजिक है नहीं इसका, पता नहीं है, कुछ ज्यादा ओवर स्मार्टनेस है और कुछ और ज्यादा.
I mean, they were over smart the last time as well. Remember when they?
That was a positive over smartness.
But now, of course, we can look at it with a different sort of view. Dhoni's
See,
kind of trying to something.
For all the things that Lucknow have tried, there is one very good Nana Patekar meme from Welcome, where ये क्यों किया, जा पूछ क्या, because it has no other answer.
And then he tosses him to the Oh God. See,
because
most expensive spell of Chahar in IPL. Are you suggesting that? Because
maybe I think he's got what 50.
Is he? Did he go
55?
I mean, that's an excellent point, Jess Johnson.
Yeah, that's Johnson's good.
I don't understand what Baloni is trying to do.
He's trying to put Gautam on strike. I think one name that clicked me was Anil Kumble. We can't forget him. He would have made an excellent death ball. He did make an excellent death ball.
What about Andy Simons? No. Once. No. Oh, shot. Is this 4? No, it's just 2.
I think Shane Warne's skills can be used better. Shane Warne is a kind of a bowler you would want to use in the middle to eke out wickets.
Shane Warne was Shane Warne, dude. Honestly, what a guy. 180 for 6, 17.5. Keep your comments coming through and tell a friend about cricket.com. I'm so happy to see 19,200 subscribers reach. So that landmarks off our back. There's more good things to come, of course. For all you fans out there, not RCB fans or CSK fans, but anyone who enjoys the game. We did the WPL as well. So all things cricket.
SB saying UZ bowled in the death last year. SB, he did, but I would not want to see UZ the death bowler. I won't trust him.
Yeah, it's quite ridiculous. Remember Ashwin bowling last over?
Yeah, bowling after DC with 6 runs to get and get the game on the last ball.
Yeah.
When was this?
Throw this to Guru Kirat and he'll give you the entire match story. Wait. Yeah, go on. The one time that he has to speak and he's on mute.
Correct. And he'll start off by saying, I still remember that day. I was in the afternoon heading back from office. And it was a sunny afternoon, if I remember correctly, in Chennai, where the pitch was kind of favouring the bowlers in the day.
That game happened in Sharjah, by the way. It was
I remember that. I love the IPL Sharjah vibes because of that one restaurant which every time kept receiving balls being hit by Dhoni over there. It was too good. Honestly, too good.
Angarikar, he also was given a tutorial by Dwayne Bravo during the strategic timeout.
Now Badoni has to.
1 second, they rested Unadkat today because Dhoni was playing.
Yeah, we discussed this in the first half that today Unadkat had value to bowl against Rutu.
Yeah. I don't think that he would have troubled Rutu as much as other pace, because it is swing at pace that troubles Rutu more than just movement. And also, I think it's also the deck because it's whiter in color, more fresh, lot more for batting, which is why they did not play Jaydev. Otherwise, Jaydev, it's a good bet on Chennai surface. Especially once the games are done, second half, is that a wicket? Oh,
no man's land.
Yeah, I mean, Jadeja can't get to it. Exactly.
Yeah, Nick, sorry, you were saying?
No, thank you. I just lost the flow. Thanks.
Yeah, you just lost the flow. We'll just go back to the SS98 point, because if we can, because we won't really be telling KL Rahul. You know what he said in the preseason interview, right? The captain is only as good as its team. I think he'll say those exact words to KL Rahul and be like, if you're playing like this, do not expect to win games. I mean, honestly, what would he be saying?
I don't know what new can he say. KL Rahul has already been receiving so many inputs.
No, but I asked you this at the top of the show, and I'll bring it to the boys as well. Who's taking the main calls in terms of talking tactics, team selections? Is it GG or is it KL?
Like this team is definitely GG. Come on.
So is it?
I think in all IPL teams, I think apart from maybe Chennai, I don't see any other team where the captain has power about tactics and team selection. I think the management and the backroom staff are doing most of it.
Yeah, that's a fair call. You look at all the teams: Delhi with Warner and Ponting, Sanju with Sangakkara, Faf with Hessin.
Too many awful presence.
Hardik Pandya? Or do you think Shubha and Gary Kirsten?
हार्दिक पांड्या को 11 नहीं दिखा दिया भाई टॉस पे मैं भूल गया कौन है. Just imagine.
What about Hyderabad's strange one, right? Because Lara is getting
Absolutely, Lara is the captain there.
He's taking the shots.
Obviously,
because he has Muppets.
It's not. I mean, why? That's one franchise who doesn't even have a very big Indian face. That's the easiest franchise for you to say that the decisions are taken by the backroom staff.
Or maybe the backroom hotel in terms of Kavya Mara.
Delhi is like that. Ponting is the one taking the shots.
Yeah. I mean, when Kohli was still captain for RCB, I think he's still taking the shots, right? Now it's off. Is that another wide? Oh, it is wide. Dhoni claps. But, I mean, 34 of 10 is still mathematically possible. It's Badoni and Gautam out there who both got sighters. Gurkirat made a good point just a while ago saying there's no Avesh Khan who, remember, can tonk a few. So it's pretty much these two, or it is a slender Chennai win. It's important that Chennai win, guys, because look, Friday will be a superb watch-along. You want to take off on Friday?
It's Saturday, dude.
What?
Mumbai, Chennai is
Lake
Saturday.
Classico?
Yeah.
It's on Saturday?
It's on Saturday, Lake Classico.
Okay. Lake Classico. Saturday, so Friday, okay, fine. So
guys, please, someone confirm. I'm not wrong. I think it's Saturday. Saturday night is MICSK.
I think it's Friday, but look, you've got a few right.
I may not be available.
Saturday.
Yo, why Gurkirat kya Saturday night party?
Oh, shall we play that video again, Gurkirat?
Sorry?
Shall we play that video again?
You might have a different video by then.
क्या बात है.
That's too good.
Gurkirat आजकल इतना busy है कि अपनी dates भी नहीं भेज रहा है. और dates ही नहीं मिल रही हैं भाई.
Dates is in dates or what kind of dates? Or like those dates, because I think two kinds of dates. He gets good dates like Kadur. He gets good dates like like good dates is in good dates, and then he has good dates depend on his calendar. So which dates are we talking about?
No, it's the dates on which I be in Bangalore in the studio.
It's at if I'm wrong, that old Sunny Deol movie. Tariq. See, I'm showing you guys my versatility. Okay, back to the guys. Back to the match instead of the guys, because I think Pranav Anand, we just lost his comment over there. He's saying Ash Badoni did a similar thing against CSK last year. Can he do it again? Does Lightman strike twice potentially? Oh my God! 6! Oh, 4!
Fielding,
oh my God! You know what came to my mind initially when I saw that Gurkirat? That was that Fahim Ashraf shot in the PSL, but left-hander to right-hander, but this time right-hander, left-hander. That's the joke.
But super fielding.
Time, at that point of time when Badoni hit that 6, it was Shivam Dubey bowling. Or it was Shivam Dubey and Mukesh Chaudhary bowling the last 2 overs. This time,
correct.
There's fantastic field placement and then a brilliant effort.
Brilliant effort. He was going against.
And now Lucknow need a boundary every ball.
Yeah, I mean, I just like to see a little twist in the tail, but look, I still want Chennai to win this because it'll be good for their fans to get smiles on their faces. It'll be a 4. Oh no, it won't. It's a good field placing again, but they'll.
They just have everything for the wide Yorker covered.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of wide Yorkers, when will we see Mr. Wide Yorker for CSK? I'm talking about Mr. Dwayne Pretorius. Is he going to be part of their plans?
Should be. Let's see. I mean, I don't know why he's not playing right now. It's a wide off Stokes, but he can. क्या बोल सकते हैं?
I thought in their away games next they might just swap Santner for Pretorius, or do you see it differently?
See, I think Theekshana should definitely play. because Tikshana will give you proper matchup in power play and also end overs. So it's a very good option there. And only if you are very sure that you want that extra batting, then you play Dwayne. But even in that, I have even said that I feel so far I don't think they have used Stokes well. So as Home said, it has to be direct swap with Stokes. You get a 4 overs bowler for sure, and then you can use him wherever you want. He can hit from sixes from ball one. So in that comparison, direct swap, but again, too big a name to
Yeah, I
drop
think
maybe.
if they want to play an extra batter, at this point of time, I'm even okay if they make the swap with Stokes, not Santner. Keep Santner in the team and play Thixera as well.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Yeah. Yes, they can. It's just about what they look at Ben Stokes for.
And anyway, neither Dhoni nor Santner are interested in that extra single of the last ball, so they're sort of bond.
We remember the duck in the 2019 final as well. Yes, we do.
Yeah, for sure. And it never makes sense to drop a Conway, so he'll be an undroppable. Never makes sense to drop a Monali because he's an undroppable. So Stokes is the only liability, right? Even though he's a big ass name.
No, for me,
he's playing with they paid a lot of money for him.
How much?
So for me, we were discussing this when when I and Nikhil were there during the end of the first innings.
One sec, sorry, Gurkha. How much did he spend at Ben Stokes? How much did he spend in the auction?
Upward of 10 crores, for sure.
I think around 14, if I'm not wrong.
Whoa. So Ben Stokes and Deepak Chahar in one.
For me, the 3 spots are fixed: Conway, Stokes, and Tikshana. I think the battle is going to be for the 4th spot between Moeen, Pretorius, and Santner.
So for you, Moeen is indispensable. But they don't have an off spinner. I mean, how will they play matchup?
Yeah, but if they play Tikshana, then they have the off spinner. No?
But isn't Tikshana like frontline bowler irrespective of matchup? Middle over में कौन है control करने के लिए?
See, I think in Chepauk they'll definitely play Moeen all games.
Yeah. Well, Tushar Deshpande, honestly. By the way, there was a fun fact. Can you guys guess the time they took to bowl the first innings? Lucknow, that is.
Sorry?
2 hours, 10
Close. 1 hour, 54 minutes. 1 hour, 54 minutes. And this is without the dog chase earlier on. So it goes on to your 2 hours plus. Oh, Dhoni, have you seen that before? Dhoni. Oh, by the way, there's a free hit here. He is swiped wide. No man's land to run back to the Surely will. Yeah, they will. But the back and strike. Dhoni is absolutely pissed off with Deshpande because he's overstepped not once, not twice, but thrice tonight, which is a real problem, given the fact that he's been Chennai's impact sub 2 times now. So 195 for 6, 19.1, 23 of 5. We've thoroughly enjoyed this watch along, by the way, so keep the comments coming through. Take them just before the game gets done, or it's a swipe and now short the game for Chennai. They needed a dot, they got it, but you never know with Tushar Deshpande, so there could be buzzers. As SS98 goes on to say, but Dhoni played a terrible innings, taking singles and doubles in the death overs. You can't blame him. I mean, essentially, he's trying his best. It's not coming off for the youngster. You should blame the top 3, especially KL.
Yeah. I think we have a lot of obsession of throwing the youngsters under the bus that do the toughest job and get it done every game. It's not possible. Legends of the game have failed, faltered.
It's to Venus and Mars. It's coming back to MS Dhoni. And I'm guessing people would be absolutely ecstatic seeing Dhoni take that when it's come down from an airplane, I'm guessing. But look, it sums up CSK's night. It's gone up in the air, the match, and it's come down safely landing for them. Please be happy with that. So,
अभी धोनी से बोल रहा है भाई तू खड़े बस नो बॉल नहीं डालना कुछ ज्यादा ट्राई मत करना
Paul Collingwood, tika aapka, just bowl like literally.
Yeah.
Dibbly dobblies. I mean, first points for Chennai. And how important is it, because I know you and Som discussed it with Dan in the Chennai preview, that Chepauk will be a ground that they'll have to exploit and take most points
And
out
actually,
of.
if I remember correctly, Lucknow one game that Gurjara had marked out that it would be difficult for them.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I did think that they struggle beating Lucknow at Chepauk, and I had my reasons for it. But like I said, Lucknow's biggest opposition is their own think tank themselves. You can't go about a game like how Lucknow have gone today with their bowling changes or batting smartness or just whatever. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, 3 balls to go, and Deshpande nearly gets another. So Dhoni must be happy. The umpire is smiling for some reason. And we're also chuffed here in the CDC studio because a lot went on in the half an hour when we started the watch along with the internet and the TV, and then it started to rain as well. So understandable from a Bangalore point of view. God, I'm just looking at that dismissal in terms of KL Rahul in my mind, and I'm like, wow, you've literally thrown it away for your team. And I say that because Kyle Mayers did all the heavy lifting, and then he went, and KL Rahul just followed Deepak Hooda right after. Mark Wood, he got a 4. Oh, yes, he is. So 1 for 7. And it's a game which pretty much sees a 200 player 220 essentially. And
But I think it's good for the league in general.
But should we be fooled by this Chennai pitch? Are we going to get a little bit more pacier surfaces in Chepauk, or do you think they'll go back?
It will definitely slow down.
Yeah. So maybe this is just a first one.
But I think it's good because if you have a team with 2 wins, a team with 2 losses, and then the gap starts to creep in.
That is true. Oh, so Wood finishes off on a high.
Or maybe Wood should have batted ahead of Badon.
Exactly. 205 and 20 overs gone. Deshpande finishes with 2 for 45. And CSK win. CSK win for the first time in this year's competition. For the first time at home after 4 years. They haven't played a single game at home. So well done, Dhoni. And well done, the Dad's Army, if I can still say that. But guys, unfortunately, there isn't yet a close game in IPL 2023. What's happening? The broadcasters worrying now. So,
this season so far is out of the 6 games have been won by the sides batting first.
Yeah.
Which I just love it. I mean, this is something that we never saw in UAE. Toss jeeto, chase karo, match jeeto. Khatam.
We'll win the toss and chase first, please. Thank you very much. Look, Gokinath, I'm next coming to you guys quickly. Your moment of the day, barring the dog, because the dog was my moment. Obviously, it is that Mark Wood ball to Dhoni where he just hit it to the Marina Beach. Nix, I'm surely thinking that made you smile the most tonight.
Yeah, it maybe made me smile the most, but I do think the shot of the day or the moment of the day was the K. Gautam over. The 2 sixes that Uttaraj hit, it just set the tone, and then there was no looking back for them. They always have had the batting depth, and this is the template that they've always wanted to play. Their openers get up to a great start. It's a classic CSK template to play the game, and that's what they played too. There are, of course, the obvious pace problems, and I hope they address them very quickly because away they will be tested far more. So they'll have to outbat the opposition and get better in terms of the bowling. So Deepak Chai, Tushar Deshpande, lots to look forward to. Rest, you will take it as it comes.
Okay, and they take it as it comes in terms of MI next, Gokinath, which is the Lake Classico, as Somesh Agarwal put it yesterday. How are they going to be heading up for that one? Because look, pride comes into that one, let alone anything else. Do you back Chennai right now if I ask you to beat Mumbai? In Mumbai?
To beat Mumbai in Mumbai, yes. I mean, because then I feel someone like a Stokes with the bat becomes even more useful, and small boundaries. So we can expect Raidu to do well as well, and Raidu showed signs of still having got it. And Mumbai's bowling doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. Ball swings, so Chahar could create issues for Kishan and Rohit early on. Chennai just need to find another pacer somewhere to do the job, because if they do find that, then they should be able to beat Mumbai.
Yeah, Simajit could be an option over there. Look, there's lots to look forward to later on this week, including tomorrow night's watch along with the Delhi Capitals taking on the Gujarat Titans. Remember, Delhi losing, Gujarat winning, so there's lots to play for at Delhi. So I think Gurkirat will be watching this Delhi Capitals game instead of dancing at all these functions. Next, Gurkirat, you guys have been champions. Is so much with Somesh as well. We covered up games with him. We're going to miss him on Friday. He'll be there for the late Classical this plan. He's not running away anywhere. By the way,
Where is Somesh on Friday? Where is Somesh on Friday?
It is designated off. He's not got an off in like a year or something. The last time he got an off, he was being married on that day. So we can honestly catch him some slack. Listen, check out the fantasy preview. Delhi Capitals versus Gujarat. I nearly said Giants right now, like Ravi Shastri. Gujarat Titans, it's on the homepage.
Just call them
Ahmedabad Rockets. We'll stick with that. Check that fantasy preview out. It's been thoroughly entertaining from our perspective. We really appreciate all the comments and the love. Like this video, watching it again in the morning. It's a goodbye from me, Abhi Shagde, and Somesh Agarwal. And not forget, Knicks and Gurkirat as well.